Friday, December 15th. The Grand Hotel is at 1045 Beach Ave in Cape May. Friday, December 15th. On Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app.
There's a chill in the air and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season truly a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. The 2024 Lexus are arriving daily. They have over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Stop in and see Tony Labello and his team or visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make recycling part of your holiday season. If you get a new computer, tablet, or cell phone this year, recycle your old one by selling it or donating it to charity. Otherwise, dispose of it at a proper e-waste facility. Recycle your Christmas tree by turning it into wood chips and mulch. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exton and Limerick and an Infiniti dealership in Westchester, we have over 600 new and pre-owned vehicles waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A place so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today, and remember, Philly rides with us.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Hello there, this is Nat King Cole wishing you all a happy and a Merry Christmas.
The joy of living is in the giving. So let's give lots of toys for tots.
Since 1947, the United States Marine Corps has been helping Santa fill his sleigh, making happier holidays for deserving children right in your community. Go to toysfortots.org and learn how you can make a difference.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stocks finishing mixed on Tuesday. The Dow was down 80 points, the Nasdaq was up 44, and the S&P 500 finished down 3. JetBlue says it needs to buy Spirit Airlines to compete with the bigger airlines in the post-COVID travel world. A JetBlue lawyer making the case during closing arguments Tuesday in a trial over the government's lawsuit to block JetBlue from buying Spirit. The Justice Department arguing that the proposed $3.8 billion merger would hurt consumers, eliminating Spirit and leaving fewer options for travelers. U.S. employers posting 8.7 million job openings in October, the fewest since March of 2021. It's a sign that hiring is cooling off in the wake of higher interest rates. Still, employers added a solid 239,000 jobs a month this year, and the jobless rate has been below 4% for 21 straight months. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Chris DeMeo, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Someday, the gas gauge may hit E for good.
Major auto companies are preparing for 50% of future sales to be electric vehicles by 2030, 100% by 2035.
And President Biden's proposing strict emissions standards so that within less than a decade from now, 2/3 of all vehicles sold will need to be plugged in. But many auto dealers want him to pump the brakes on that.
Not everybody can afford this. It's not a practical means of transportation, affordable transportation for everybody.
Paul LaRochelle is vice president at Sheehy Automotive, a group of dealers in the Washington, D.C. area, among nearly 4,000 across the country who've written to the Biden administration wanting regulations relaxed. He tells Fox sales have stalled. In the past week,
I know it's single digits, and we have 30 stores, and we're not. They're not jumping off the shelves. And our day's supply of a typical EV is almost more than triple of what it is of a normal car. So it's a scary time for us. We're carrying a lot of these in stock.
This, as Consumer Reports' new reliability survey shows, electric vehicles have 80% more problems than gas-powered cars and are generally less reliable.
Most dealers you talk to are worried about this. So you have to go back even just 12 months, 18 months ago. I mean, electric cars were hot, right?
Mike Callias is a Wall Street Journal reporter based in Detroit covering the auto industry.
There were a number of new models coming out that were getting a lot of buzz, like the Ford F-150 Lightning. You had these startups like Rivian and Lucid. People were really excited about them. Even the foreign companies were, Hyundai and Kia had some really nice cars, and just about all of these models had big wait lists. People were paying well above sticker price for these things. There was real interest in and enthusiasm for electric vehicles, and there still is. It's gotten choppy. There's not as much as there was, and so dealers see these things sitting on their lots for weeks or even months at a time when, a year ago they would have sold it right away. And so sales are growing through November, so almost a full year. Electric vehicle sales will be up 50% over a year ago. But last year at this time, they were up 70%, and we have more models. And so it's a slowdown in that rate of growth. And I think that's what has some people in the industry that have bet a lot on these a little nervous.
Right. And obviously with all technologies, you have early adopters, people who are dying to get their hands on whatever is brand new and something cool and neat. They have their EVs now, right? So now you have to find the next generation of buyers.
I think you're spot on with that. I think, electric vehicles have attracted sort of a tech forward, there's the Tesla customer is kind of like, the stereotype is this, more affluent, really interested in the technology, want to have the most innovative, latest thing, be seen as an innovator, so those people are willing to
and be seen as helping the planet. They're Earth friendly.
Sure, yeah. There's some of that. There can be virtue signaling and all that. But I think by and large, there were people who thought this is a really cool brand. This is the future, and those people were willing to put up with a lot of hassles to be able to drive an electric vehicle. So, Tesla hasn't always been known as for great quality. Those, its loyal customers they don't bat an eye at some of the problems that you might have with like a panel gap being out of place or or something that needs to be fixed, they just roll with it. Same with all of some of the hassles that come with electric vehicle ownership in general, which is finding a charging station when you're on a road trip. I mean, that's one of the biggest ones.
There's a story out about the money that Congress provided a couple of years ago, $7.5 billion for more electric vehicle chargers. So far out of that money, not a single one has been built 2 years later. So it's still a problem.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me because I know that program, I think most of that money had to go to the states, and then the states, the people who want access to the money to build and install the chargers have to apply to the state. So, it's like government bureaucracy upon bureaucracy, and you're gonna have a long wait time there. I've talked to a lot of people who are sort of lined up waiting to go, but right now, yeah, if you're faced with a choice of buying an electric car or not, and you're worried about going on a road trip, I mean, the charging infrastructure is not very reliable outside of the Tesla supercharger network. You might be relieved to find a charging station and then get there and, the credit card reader doesn't work or the app's not loading, or, like I've been on these trips and, I don't want to overstate it. Like plenty of them work just fine and people have this figured out, but there's real frustrations.
There's gas stations everywhere. And if a pump's out, there's many other pumps all over the place. So if you get to one of these places and it doesn't work, what do? There's nobody there. There's not an attendant.
I mean, even loyal EV advocates will acknowledge that this is probably the biggest problem holding up this transition. I will say that if you're someone who generally lives in a single family home, can install a charger in your garage and don't need to use it for road trips. And, there's quite a few people who fall into that category. EVs can work really well. Most of them have ranges now of 250, 300 plus miles. You can commute back and forth. You can do all your errands, go to your kids' practices, and have plenty of juice when you get home. You charge overnight, you do it over again.
Okay.
And there's a lot of people making that work.
Okay, but what about people?
Really tricky.
I have an older house, right? My house is also like 90-something years old. It's not like I have the most up-to-date, electric hookup. So if I plug in a Tesla or some Lightning truck, is it going to take forever? Is it going to drain my house electricity? I mean, I don't know. I don't own one of these things, but I hear people worry about it. Is that all true? Is that a real concern?
There's a whole other question around the affordability of these things. But if you were to go buy one of those, you probably would also spend the money to have a charger put into your garage. And those can kind of run around $1,000, but it sounds like with your older house, you're going to need to do some electrical upgrades, and that could add quite a bit more onto it.
That's real money.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you have to want to buy these things. So, the cost of so they cost more, right? Apples to apples basis, an EV is going to cost you just similar sized car, several $1,000s more, let's call it 10%, give or take.
But I get incentives, right? Don't I get a tax break and other deals to get the EV?
On some of the EVs for sale, many of them, most people will qualify for a $7,500 tax credit. There's income levels and there's the price of the car, but most buyers will qualify for that. So that will lower the purchase price. And then odds are you're going to spend quite a bit less, on your ownership of that car, because you're not charging is generally, if you charge at home, a lot less expensive than going to the gas station. And you should have lower maintenance and repair costs too.
Right.
So that's
There's no
the
oil change, right? There's none of that.
Correct.
So one of the things that I've also heard about, the concerns about these vehicles, are the batteries themselves and the environmental concern of how many of these batteries need to be produced over the next 10 years to reach the goals that the Biden administration and some states have to phase out gas-powered cars by 2035, for instance, to buy them in, new ones. Is that a real concern, the environment?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to get minerals out of the ground in order to get them into these battery cells to make them work. And there's mining that goes into that, right? I mean, there's carbon footprint involved with mining. There's also not just the environmental impact, but are we going to be able to get all these minerals out of the ground and into batteries in time to meet some of the targets either regulators have or some of the car companies have? That's a big concern too. Like, is there going to be a battery shortage as we try to make this transition? That's a very real thing.
Okay. And we need to rely on China for a lot of that. Am I right?
Yeah. Most of the minerals are either sourced in China, so either mined there or processed there. It's a big place where you send the minerals to be processed and then they go elsewhere to be put into the battery cells. It's hard if you're a car maker today and trying to stand up an electric vehicle business and you're buying battery cells from somewhere, you're almost certain that some of those materials, if not most or all of them, have come through China in some way, shape, or form. That's just batteries. And then there's, electric vehicle truck plants and huge capital. I mean, tens of billions just from the American companies going into this stuff. I mean, globally, hundreds of billions of dollars being spent on these kind of projects.
Okay. But for those who have thought, well, EVs are a fad and it's just going to fail. There's been so much invested in this and all the regulations going into place for emissions in the future, less than 10 years from now. I mean, it sounds like there's been so much invested in electric vehicles that we're going there no matter what.
I think that's the right read. I mean, the Biden administration has proposed some really strict tailpipe emissions standards. And to get to those, the car companies would need to put out a lot of EVs. Let's say there's a new administration that tears those plans up and you don't need it as much for the U.S. It doesn't really change the equation for the car companies because they have to compete they need to compete in China, in Europe, certain states like California. They're not going to back down from their 2035, no more gas powered cars. I mean, they may adapt over time if, consumer demand doesn't materialize. But the point is just from a regulatory standpoint, all these car companies need to move in this direction. They've already spent a lot of the money. That's one. And then the second piece of it is, Tesla's worth 10 times GM, Ford, Volkswagen, Toyota combined, right? Wall Street is still telling these companies that we know the growth is there and we're going to reward the companies that are going after it in a smart way.
The electric grid, generally speaking, is anyone concerned that it can't handle this? Or are we going to have enough capacity for everybody plugging a car in their home in 20 years?
I have talked to people who feel like we could get to a quarter of sales or even a third of sales in the U.S. being EVs, but before we need to start worrying about grid upgrades. I mean, there's work going on in that now, and people are certainly thinking about it. I don't think there's an immediate worry that, if we start selling a ton of EVs, it's going to take down the grid. But longer term, yeah, there needs to be work done on the grid.
Mike Kayal is a Wall Street Journal reporter for the automotive industry based in Detroit. And it was great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us.
You bet. Appreciate it.
Wake up with Cain and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
The holidays are here. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Shop carefully curated gift packages that are guaranteed to make spirits bright all winter long. Plus, when you use code SIZZLE at checkout, get an extra $30 off your order. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, a gift that'll be remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Minimum order may be required.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery, ugly old tub? We're not talking about those cheap wraps that cover your old bath. PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low threshold or low entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just one day. It is surprisingly affordable and it comes with a lifetime guarantee. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again. So I'm going to give you some advice because, you know, I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year. And that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious. Better than lingerie with a curved, caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for Naturally Nude pajamas. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at pajamagram.com. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds, guaranteed with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or NJDiet.com. NJDiet.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. The Israeli military continues its offensive against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Fox's Greg Palcott is in southern Israel.
It's being called some of the most intense airstrikes in ground combat of the nearly 2-month war between Israel and Hamas. The terrorists targeted on land, sea, and air. Remaining pockets of militants in the northern Gaza Strip routed. Israeli troops charging into the group's southern hideout.
Presidents of Harvard, MIT, and the University of Pennsylvania coming under fire from Republicans at a House hearing Tuesday. They say they are not doing enough to combat anti-Semitism on their campuses since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Fox's Hillary Vaughn.
Republican lawmakers say students who call for Jewish genocide should be expelled, and the professors who join in and enable this rhetoric, they say, should be fired.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
In the quarterfinals of the NBA's new in-season tournament on Tuesday, the Bucks downed the Knicks 146-122 behind 35 points and 10 assists from Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Bucks advancing to play the Pacers in the semifinals Thursday in Las Vegas. College hoops in the Jimmy V Classic at Madison Square Garden. Number 20 Illinois topped Florida Atlantic 98-89. In the Big East Big 12 battle, it was number 19 Oklahoma over Providence 72-51. News from the baseball winter meetings, a trade going down between two AL East rivals, the Yankees getting outfielder Alex Verdugo from the Red Sox. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now
an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Field of 4 is, in fact, set. Michigan will take on Alabama. Washington, winners of the Pac-12, will take on the Longhorns from Texas. Florida State out. And before we get into the fact and agree that Florida State, the Seminoles were screwed, this, at least for me, I acknowledge, is going to be one hell of a college football playoff semifinal. I can't wait to watch Michigan take on Alabama, Harbaugh against Saban, and on the other side, personally, I'm rooting for the winner of Washington and Texas to win it all. And whether we like it or not, this offseason, it has been controlled by the networks. All of the realignment, conference realignment, what are we discussing? Which teams are coveted and not? And ultimately, whether we want to admit it or not, then the one argument I haven't heard is that the network is going to point to victory and say the committee got it right because the ratings will be through the roof.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talking about how we recently got my son Michael a sporty new Honda Civic. He loves it. From my friends at Piazza Honda, the staff's so accommodating and really made our experience seamless and streamlined. Most importantly, Piazza Honda found Michael the exact Civic model and color that he was wishing for. I highly recommend you visit your local Piazza Honda dealer in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can always shop online today, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
What is dedication?
People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Will Cain.
What's on your mind?
Texas is in the college football playoff. Celebrate. Florida State is out of the college football playoff. Injustice. Hey, what's up? It's Will Cain of the Will Cain podcast here. Florida State, although undefeated in a Power 5 conference, has been left out of the college football playoff. You know, I think throughout my life, I have been someone who's almost leaned too heavily into logic, looking for consistency and looking for principles as a way to explain the world. In a way, I think that's protected me from some level of cynicism. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's good. More importantly, I don't think it's accurate to always be cynical. But this week in college football would certainly give you an example and maybe even an illustration in greater America how cynicism tells you what's actually going on. And that the world and college football are full of elites and a boys club. And no matter how hard you work, no matter what the merit, you don't get in to the club. The rationale, the logic for keeping Florida State out of the 4-team college football playoff over Alabama is that they lost their quarterback. But there have been teams throughout history, like Ohio State in 2014, who lost their quarterback and still made the playoff. The argument has been their offense since that time, though, has sputtered and quarterback play has been poor. But the same year, as Florida State was going 3-0, Michigan's quarterback play under J.J. McCarthy sputtered and their offense did not look great. In fact, statistically, Florida State was better through the air than Michigan. The point is you can't find logic. You can't find the consistency, and you can't find the principle. And I will only ask you this. Flip it. Flip it. If Alabama's quarterback had been hurt and they were on the second string and they barely beat Georgia in the SEC playoffs, barely mustering up any offense and winning on defense, would Alabama have been kept out of the playoff? And you know that the answer is no. I think Alabama is better than Florida State. But that's just my opinion. And I have to understand it comes with humility. And therefore, humility requires me and you and should require the College Football Playoff Committee to reward what happens on the field. And Florida State was undefeated. That's what a meritocracy demands. Otherwise, it's simply a boys' club of rankings of the biggest brands. And that's why Alabama is in the College Football Playoff. But I'll always have my horns. Hook 'em. I'll see you over on the Will Cain podcast.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
The caramelized onions that stole Thanksgiving. Dad's legendary VLT on rye toast. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a fully installed granite stone kitchen countertop can be yours for as little as $1,499. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, December 6th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo and Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Middle of the week, a hump day edition of the show, as Tony Bruno will join us live from Florida this morning, coming up at 8:25 on a day in which we will react a little bit to Trump's town hall last night on Fox and preview the 4th Republican primary debate tonight from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, which Megyn Kelly will moderate on News Nation. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Drill, baby, drill. Good morning.
That sounds like a dictator comment. We cannot have this happen. We need to ensure that Joe runs again in 24. Gregory.
Yeah, everybody's making a big deal out of that comment.
Yeah.
Actually, what he said something different last night that I'm not going to give away because we'll play the audio later that I think is more newsworthy. That's making no news.
Of course.
So 7:45, we will get to that. There's one thing he said that is not making news that should be.
Well, that's kind of what we do on this show. We set the tone, we set the table, we set the trends, and then, I don't know, shows like The Five start stealing our topics. Well, whatever. I watch it.
By the way, can I say something real fast at the top here? I was reading an article in the New York Times about Spotify and how they're cutting a bunch of jobs.
Yeah.
What's in that is that they are kind of everybody in 2019 went all in on podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
This company included.
Everybody's got a podcast.
And slowly, all of these companies are walking it back.
Mm-hmm.
They are realizing that podcasting, it's not as lucrative as they thought it would be.
Not profitable.
Spotify had just canceled 2 really popular podcasts, and in the article, they say something that's super interesting to me. That they said that it's not these seasonal or every couple months or every once a week. It's the daily stuff that people are consuming. And I was like, hey, you know what that is? It's freaking radio.
So let's see. Video killed the radio star, I was told.
Yeah.
Satellite radio was going to kill terrestrial radio.
Yep.
And podcasts were going to kill radio.
Yep.
And yet here we are.
Here we are.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
I
derail
like
the show at 6:04.
No,
but
I like it.
I wanted to get that off my chest because it is like people are like, what's the next big thing? You know what the next big thing is? It's been the next big thing for 100 years.
Yeah.
It's broadcast radio.
Spoken word.
Thank you. Thank you. My Lord.
What a concept. We got a good show for you today. If Stalker's that loaded at 6:03, I don't even want to know what the cut sheet will be like.
It is jam-packed today, dude.
All right. We got a big take on more victories in the courts when it comes to free speech, the First Amendment. We will also, in the 9 o'clock hour, look at the 14th Amendment based on what is going on in Portland, Oregon with schools. Very interesting story there when it comes to the Equal Protection Clause, which might officially be dead. We'll get to that. We've got some polling numbers to get to. We're going to preview the 4th primary tonight. Very interesting story in Montgomery County with mail-in ballots. My home county, where I reside now, where I might have to blow a gasket on. Also, Ron DeSantis now apparently has $1 million in the state budget to fight college football playoff committee decisions. Scott, I'm telling you, you want to talk about wasting time and money. Good God. And also, Gen Z, a major pain in the butt. We'll get to these stories, but let's get to the pertinent news that matters. 6:05 right here in our listening area, the great Dawn Stensland.
39 degrees this Wednesday morning, December 6th. We are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So the Macy's Center City, Philadelphia store, the scene of a deadly stabbing this week, is expected to reopen sometime today. Expected to reopen. We're watching that very carefully as new details swirl around what happened, and we're learning new information. So this as the mother of that murder victim, the security guard who was fatally stabbed at the Macy's in Center City Monday, 11 a.m. She's speaking out about her son, had an incredible work ethic, and she also said he had a really dry sense of humor, which explains in part why I think we heard right away how much the coworkers of 27-year-old Eric Harrison, how much they adored him.
Yeah, just tragic.
Her name's Dawn Fobbs. She said her son was the love of, just a bright light in her life, how much she loved him. It's really a devastating story. She learned this, that her son was stabbed to death while working. And by the way, he went to work on Monday morning after working overnight at the post office. So this was somebody who worked multiple jobs, was saving up money, and like I say, was just beloved. It was a routine shoplifter, if you will, who was trying to steal these hats, was stealing the hats. Harrison then followed the company policy according to what we're being told. And when the man then gave back the merchandise, the hats that he was stealing, then the man went on his way. What nobody expected was that suspect, who we're learning a lot about as well, returned 13 minutes later with a knife, fatally stabbing Harrison and injuring his 23-year-old coworker, who, by the way, was trying to help, was trying to intercede because they were friends.
Yeah. It's bad enough that you have to work retail at any point in your life, but imagine working an overnight shift and then going to work retail. And also, like in this day and age with police, you're always on high alert. Will I be able to get off my shift at the end of the night and go home alive? Now imagine, I never thought we would get to the point where you had to worry about that as a retail security guard, where your life could be at risk over hats.
Hats. And so he was, according to, and I know DA Larry Krasner and multiple different agencies, law enforcement agencies, holding that big news conference yesterday, identifying more about 30-year-old Tyrone Tennell, who tried to escape on the subway, then was caught soon afterwards at the Somerset station by SEPTA police. And so a lot of praise, at least in the aftermath, for all the different law enforcement, Philadelphia Police, SEPTA, many different law enforcement officers coming in and working together to catch this very armed and dangerous guy who, as we're learning more about that rap sheet.
Oh, yeah.
Had multiple charges across not just Philadelphia, but Bucks County, Delaware County, and Montgomery County as well.
He had warrants out. He had bench warrants. Mark Fusetti put up a video yesterday with a great breakdown of all the charges and all the stuff that this guy had pending. This guy, another guy that should not have been on the streets.
Yeah, so he's charged with murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, and the list goes on of all of these different charges. But Harris's mom speaking out, talking about her son, Frankfurt High graduate, Philly kid through and through, loved the Eagles, leaves behind 3 younger sisters, asked for prayer. And she also was thanking the other victim, Christian Mitchell, his good friend, who's in the hospital still, suffering those stab wounds to his face, to his arm, because Christian Mitchell did try to step in, did try his best to save his friend. It's just so sad.
Yeah.
So I know we'll talk more about that. And like I say, Krasner, many city officials speaking out about this one as well. Other news of the day, we do have the jury continues deliberations in the federal embezzlement trial of former Philadelphia labor leader John Doherty. We've got that going on. We also have a string of thefts in Delaware County and some warnings going on about these same repeat offenders. So Kia and Hyundai vehicles are very easy to steal, the older ones, or if you haven't gotten yours fixed. So Yedenborough Police Department in Delco posting surveillance video of this group of suspects, juveniles, they believe are underage, and they're going through, rummaging through cars, breaking into these vehicles, sometimes stealing them. So they're putting that warning out in Delaware County. But these cars, we continue to report on this.
They might as well, if you own a Kia or a Hyundai, you might as well just have like a personalized license plate that says "Steal me."
Stop.
I mean, seriously, it's like they're so in demand for the criminals.
Not even trying to stop the steal.
I mean, not even trying to stop the steal.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
That was well played.
Other headlines today: we have SAG-AFTRA members approving that deal that ended the strike. That's going on. I know at one point we touched on this over the past month, but those officers in New Jersey captured some wild pigs on the loose. We have a wild pig problem apparently in South Jersey. Some really hysterical, bizarre stories. And, of course, making national headlines as our Penn President, Liz McGill, as well as other Ivy League presidents testifying yesterday, as well as some of the victims of the anti-Semitism that's happening here in our area at U-Penn, as well as across the country. Powerful testimony.
I have all the audio coming up at 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what the solution is? It's not enough to hit them with the big donors where the big donors stop giving the money. Those institutions, as wealthy as they are, they do receive federal funding. You want to hit them, you want to give them a double whammy? Withdraw that federal funding from those schools. Watch how quickly they change their tune.
And to your point, Nick, that's what they face in all of these different, the feds are investigating, there are all kinds of civil lawsuits, and that is one of the things they face, although do you really think that's going to happen?
Probably not.
It's so interesting to see that even Biden and Shapiro are calling out anti-Semitism, and it's just it's so sad that we can't as a collective agree on this one thing. It's unbelievable.
I'm blown away that Harvard is one of the most restrictive universities for free speech, yet they haven't condemned hate speech towards Jewish students.
Yeah, I know.
Let that marinate over your brain this morning.
I know.
Well, and I think we all thought of when the Harvard, president was speaking, talking about we believe in free speech at Harvard, and I think all of us here thought of Riley Gaines, who's been on your show, and she, by the way, also testified. I know you'll get to that as well. You know what? You know who we should give a Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon gift card to?
Me?
Riley Gaines.
Oh.
Riley.
Yeah.
She doesn't need it. She's fine.
She looked pretty good yesterday in that leather coat, I got to tell you.
Yeah, she's so fit.
I need it.
I didn't really pay attention to what she said. I was just watching.
Stop.
Sorry.
Well, Greg Stocker needs Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secrets of finishing your holiday shopping, 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com. Gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. The forecast real quick here today. As I've been saying, we're quite chilly. We're in the upper 40s today for Wednesday, tomorrow for Thursday. However, that warm-up starts for your Friday, and a spring-like warm-up, really weird. An Alberta clipper is clipping across the country.
Damn Canada.
I know, right? Don't you? Hey, what's
here comes a clipper.
So over the weekend on your Saturday, sun, some clouds, very mild, 58 degrees for your Saturday, and then Sunday, 61 degrees, but with rain, some rain and very high winds. We're talking 50-mile-an-hour winds for Sunday. A heads up on that one. But for today, it's actually 45 degrees today for the high. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14, middle of the week, as we get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, a couple of big dubs in 2 courts for the First Amendment. You know, the First Amendment has never been such a hotly contested and debated subject as it has been recently in 2023 in the United States. Many of the free speech stories coming from big tech censorship, but also from the right to protest, specifically with regards to the Middle East war between Israel and Hamas. Certainly other elements of the Bill of Rights have been at the forefront, ranging from the Second Amendment to even the 14th Amendment, which we will get to later on in Kayal and Company. But today, we will focus on 2 victories for free speech in 2 different courts, both at a federal level and within the Supreme Court of the United States. And we will also touch on Ted Cruz and his fight to save AM radio in cars with the latest update with that story that impacts all of us right here this morning. But let me start with an update on a story that we featured in a Big Take about a month ago. You might recall the name Douglas Mackey. Well, on Monday, a federal court halted the prison sentence for Douglas Mackey, who was convicted earlier this year of election interference for posting memes that mocked Hillary Clinton voters to cast their ballot via text during the 2016 presidential election. Mackey was accused of a, quote, scheme to deprive individuals of their constitutional right to vote, end quote, after a Twitter account that he ran under the handle Ricky Vaughn posted memes in the lead up to the election. In October, Judge Ann Donnelly of Federal District Court in Brooklyn sentenced Mackey to 7 months in prison, a $15,000 fine, and 2 years probation. However, Judge Omar Williams of the Second Circuit Court of Appeals reportedly overruled the appellate court in granting a motion for bond pending appeal. That, according to Mackey on Monday. Quote, "This ruling is huge because it means that the appeals court decided that my appeal presents substantial and debatable issues of law that, if resolved in my favor, will result in my conviction being vacated," Mackey said on Twitter. The prosecution, on the other hand, argued that my appeal was frivolous and that this was a typical election crime and a case just like any other in U.S. history. This is a very encouraging step towards vindication, end quote. As you know, Hillary Clinton celebrated the arrest, saying Mackey's meme went, quote, from what you consider free speech to running a very deliberate effort to mislead people about where and how to vote. So it went from free speech to action meant to subvert the election because thousands of people who they targeted through their algorithms would not be able to vote substantially and realistically, end quote, said Hillary Clinton. Mackey said if he loses the appeal in the second court, he intends to take his case all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Mackey caught the attention of former President Donald Trump, and here is what Trump had to say on Truth Social about the Biden censorship regime. Listen and watch this.
Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats are trying to pose as the defenders of democracy, but in fact, they're the ones destroying our democracy. Crooked Joe and his henchmen have tried to shut down free speech with a massive government censorship operation to silence their critics. They're putting Douglas McKay in jail for sharing a joking meme about Hillary Clinton 7 years ago. Nobody ever heard of anything like that. They have 4 bogus criminal cases trying to put their leading political rival, me, in prison. Let's put him in prison. He's leading by a lot. There's no way we can beat him. Let's put him in prison. They're running police state operations to infiltrate the Catholic Church as if it were a communist country. They're persecuting Christians and pro-life activists. They're persecuting anybody they want to persecute. They've labeled ordinary Republicans and parents at school board meetings as potential domestic terrorists. They're resettling millions of migrants into our communities, destroying our country like it's never been destroyed before. They're calling our citizens criminals. They rigged the last election. They rigged the Democrat primary, and they're trying to get their rivals thrown off the ballot everywhere they can. And they're constantly trying to delegitimize the Supreme Court of the United States and threatening conservative judges with violence. In short, nothing about crooked Joe Biden and the anti-democratic party has anything to do with defending democracy. So if Crooked Joe wants to turn this election into a question of which candidate will defend our democracy and freedom, then I say, bring it on. Let's go, Joe, bring it on, because you are a corrupt person. You're the most corrupt president in our history. And by the way, the most incompetent president in our history. Because Americans don't like tyrants, we don't like fascists, we don't like communists, and we don't like crooked Joe Biden. You just have to look at the polls. With your vote on Election Day 2024, America will be a free nation once again. We will be free and we will be great. Thank you.
Speaking of Donald Trump, the Supreme Court of the United States could indirectly get involved in the January 6th charges against former President Donald J. Trump if it decides to hear the cases of 3 protesters that have been charged with obstructing an official proceeding, which is the same charge that Trump is facing. NBC reporting that the Supreme Court is in the process of reviewing 3 challenges from convicts Joseph Fisher, Edward Lang, and Garrett Miller. Originally, the court was going to talk about these cases at their weekly meeting on Friday of last week. However, that meeting had to be canceled because former Justice Sandra Day O'Connor died. The case is most likely to be heard on December the 8th. The charge against Fisher, Lang, and Miller, they are charging and claiming is an overextension of a U.S. code, according to the defense attorneys, which says it is illegal to corruptly block, influence, or slow any official action. The defendants want the charges against them to be dropped. Its purpose is to protect people from destroying evidence and not to protest or even fight. Now, Trump's lawyers are arguing, quote, thus the indictment takes a statute directed at the destruction of records in accounting fraud and then applies it to disputing the outcome of a presidential election. They claim this stretches the statutory language beyond any plausible meaning to its text. If the case or the cases are taken up by the Supreme Court, Randall Eliason, a former federal prosecutor and professor at George Washington University Law School, told NBC News that Trump could credibly ask to delay his trial until the case is resolved. This could push Trump's trial past Election Day 2024, but it might not. She said that if the Supreme Court steps in, the decision would probably come before the end of June, and then the trial could still happen before November. So, geez, go figure. Prosecutors trying to zealously overstep their bounds with a statute on federal code in an attempt to squash your right to protest and challenge things. Who knew? And lastly, we get to AM radio in cars. And we've talked about this a lot here on Kayal and Company, and the latest with Ted Cruz and his effort to ensure that free speech continues to exist in your vehicles. As we know, the left has tried to destroy talk radio for many years because it's one of the few mediums dominated by conservatives. Now, Ted Cruz and Edward Markey, Democratic senator from Massachusetts, have led this bipartisan effort to keep AM radios in your vehicles. And the latest update, according to redstate.com, when it comes to free speech, such as Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, a Capitol Hill source familiar with Ted Cruz and his efforts to save AM radio told Red State that the conservative plans to file a hotline motion to his bill. His bill, AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act of 2023, with colleagues before the end of this week as they hope to hotline this. Now, when a senator hotlines a bill, he basically reaches out to every colleague to secure consensus from all 100 senators. This process, also called clearance, allows the bill to proceed expeditiously to passage by unanimous consent. The source told Red State Cruz and his co-sponsor Ed Markey that they are concerned that automakers have already begun removing AM radios from new vehicles, and if not stopped through governmental action, millions of drivers will be disconnected just by the natural attrition of marketplace turnover. So if you look at it, you've got social media and big tech, college campuses, the government, federal courts over memes, Donald Trump, January 6th, to even AM radios in your little old car. Where and when will it stop? The establishment continues to hack away at the First Amendment, and free speech won't live here if you allow them to systematically take it away from you, and at the very latest, maybe even out of your car. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number, Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT. And, of course, you could be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and join the show today. We will come back, get into this latest little twist, this little plot twist with AM radios and free speech in your car. And then a lot on the Biden and Trump front, including Joe Biden saying, I'm only running because Trump is. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 6 o'clock hour underway here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Nick, Kayal, and I differ on this, but I'm going with the Eagles money line at a plus 146 on Sunday against the Dallas Cowboys. That's right, it's Dallas week, baby. Don't forget, coming up at 8:30, 8:25-ish, Tony Bruno on Kayal and Company. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. All you have to do is place that $5 money line bet on the Eagles on Sunday, and you get $150 in bonus bets. All you have to do is sign up right now. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms on sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tailgating and watching the birds go hand in hand. And when it comes to tailgating, is there anything better than tailgating with Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world? I don't think so. And now Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can, ready to drink at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Jack and Coke, born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's at Old Number 7, a registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family? What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well,
no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's Natural Supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Don't miss a special edition of the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, sponsored by Advocacy United, this Saturday at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul of faith.
Oh, Kayal and Company, 6:30, a little Rolling Stones here on a Wednesday morning. Sympathy for the Devil.
This date, 55 years ago, the Rolling Stones released their probably what started their run of legendary albums. This is Beggar's Banquet. Sympathy for the Devil is on this album. Released 55 years ago, December 6, 1968.
Wow,
Yeah.
15 years before I even became an itch in my daddy's pants. The Stones' road to immortality began.
And they're touring next summer.
Which is amazing.
It really is.
I
It really is.
I might actually have to go. Like, if they come anywhere in this area, general area.
Well, they are. They're coming.
They are?
Yeah,
June
11th.
That's
they're
right.
Here.
All
So
right.
we have to. We should go as a show because this is definitely.
That would be amazing.
This is definitely the last time.
Yeah.
I mean, it has
are we
to be,
sure?
right?
Are we
I don't
sure
know.
this is
I mean,
it?
just age itself, 80 years old.
Dianne Feinstein stick around and sit in the House till she was 90.
I'm not saying they're going to die tomorrow. I'm just saying that, like, how much longer can they be doing this?
I think it keeps them young, keeps them alive.
You're probably right.
Speaking of which, Denny Lane, singer, guitarist of the Moody Blues and Wings, died at the age of 79 after some health setbacks.
Yeah. Yeah, I have some Moody Blues coming up later on in the show, too.
All right. 855-839-1210 to join the conversation. We'll get to this story with Joe Biden where he's not sure that he'd be running if Trump was not running in 2024. But I do want to have a little bit of conversation here with the big take this morning with free speech, because I was thinking about it from three different levels. You've got, some federal court stuff. You've got the Supreme Court, and you've got Ted Cruz and Edward Markey with AM radio in their cars. And I was thinking about this with free speech. The left doesn't care about free speech because, much like the migrant crisis, it's not an issue to them until it shows up on their porch and their front step. Because nobody is being censored on the left, right? They have carte blanche. They can say anything they would like, so they don't ever have to worry about fighting for free speech. But then I'm thinking about what's going on with Ted Cruz and Ed Markey. And if you recall, I think the last time we talked about this story was late in the summer when it looked like everything was going in the right direction. And now Ted Cruz is saying, hold on a second, we gotta put a little added emphasis here, and we got to hotline this sucker because AM radio in cars are already basically being removed. And you think about what Greg said this morning with, these podcasts and a lot of these companies now kind of cutting the cord a little bit and scaling back because a lot of them aren't making money. And I mentioned, talk about TV, you talk about satellite radio, you talk about podcasts. We were told all of these things would be the thing that puts the final nail in the coffin for, terrestrial radio as we know it. And it's not true. It's the car companies and the government that have the most power to actually impact what the three of us do for a living and what you out there in radio land listen to, which is why I think to some extent, and one of the reasons why Stocker's always begging for you to download the app and subscribe to this, is if they yank the radio out of your car, so to speak, with the new computerized stuff that we see in these awesome vehicles today, you can still download the app and listen, with your Bluetooth in your car. That's one of the big reasons why we pushed the Odyssey app, because maybe one day, hopefully long after I'm dead and gone and made enough money to retire in this career, maybe AM radio really is gone and it all is app-based. And that's why we push it so much.
I just think of the term driver equity. So for probably this audience, for most of the audience, maybe higher level, higher income earnings, so maybe newer vehicles, have a smartphone. But what about those individuals that don't have all that? And not just us, our sister station, KYW News Radio, even though you can listen to them on FM, they still have their same AM.
Mm-hmm.
And so whatever happened to that if you have a certain life where you don't have all the bells and whistles or the brand new stuff, I thought that we were all about, equity and inclusion and equality.
Right.
And as well, I think the one way that they sold it really was to say, in the event of an emergency, you can still get that old AM. Your app might not be working if something's down, but you can get, if you have, especially an old school radio or vehicle, you can get the AM.
Right.
And so there is a safety aspect to it. There is, in New Jersey, we talk about the fact they don't have an actual television market in New Jersey. And for Sandy and other weather warnings, they actually don't have a local station that meteorologist is going to come on specifically for that area.
Right.
Mike Carr on the YouTube chat says, aren't we capitalists? Why are we forcing car companies to put AM radios in cars? If I want AM radio, I'll pay for the upgrade or stream on my phone.
But why are we, what do you mean you'll put AM radio in? They're already in your car.
No, but forcing car companies by the government, his point, which is an interesting one, his point is by the government strong-arming car companies, they're allegedly saying you will do this or else. Being a capitalist, shouldn't you want the free market to decide? The problem with the free market deciding in this is the free market is not deciding in this.
No.
It's a bunch of people that want to see AM radio go away because they don't like what we do or say.
Right.
It has nothing to do with the interference or whatever the crap that they're claiming.
I don't think it's interference, and I don't think it's, hey, we want to take away your ability to be prepared in the case of a tornado or a hurricane. They don't like the content that we put out, and this is one of the few outlets. I mean, if you think about it, you've got certain, influencers on social media with a podcast. You have AM radio or just news talk in general, whether it's AM or FM or on an app. You have Fox News, you have Newsmax, you have OAN, but mainstream media outnumbers, the alternative media 8-1 or something like that. It's like Democrats versus Republicans in the Philadelphia area. It's like a 7-1 disadvantage. So, but I think the way that they frame this is, if you're Ted Cruz, if you're Ed Markey, it's not so much about, certainly a big part of it is the free speech aspect and the content that we put out. But your sales pitch has to be to these companies the safety of Americans, right? Because this is not everybody, like Dawn's point, not everybody has, in New Jersey, a media market or whatever that can cover certain things. And we think about it as people that are, East Coasters, but think about living out in the middle of nowhere, right? Like in Nebraska, in Arkansas, in Mississippi, right? Like a lot of those people, that like the AM radio is maybe even more imperative to those people.
It's funny because, I see statistics and more, even since, Nick, you've been here, which has only been a year, like we've seen our Odyssey app grow exponentially. You know what I mean? More and more people are listening to us on the Odyssey app. So I think that this is going to kind of all wash out in the end anyway, because I think at the end of the day, in the next couple of years, like the whole radio thing, it's just like every card's going to be digital. So you can just you can literally pick up any radio station you want to in the entire country with a with a smart dashboard or CarPlay or whatever they call it now.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, I think it is just we're moving towards that anyway, and I'm seeing that as more and more people are downloading the Odyssey app and listening to us online.
Well, it's been a slow and gradual progression. It's gone from AM to then all of a sudden you started seeing news and talk and sports talk stations going to FM.
Yep.
Then you have kind of the creation of the HD radio, which basically gives you that FM feel and sound to it. And then they go from that to all of a sudden the new crave is, the new craze, I should say, is streaming. And remember, before the apps, like stations were promoting, hey, go to our website and you can pull up a little browser that streams it. Remember that?
Yeah, now it's all on your phone. What's frustrating for me is that we are literally the only AM radio station left. I know Dawn said KYW is still on AM, but they have an FM signal, so I don't know how much play they still get on AM. I'm sure some, but not the majority of it. So we're literally the only game in town left on AM. Yes, I know there's another talk station, but literally they have 7 listeners. Literally 7 listeners. So they don't even show up in ratings books. So we're literally the only game in town, and the fact that we can still be a top 10 radio station with no other, like, you have to physically go to the AM dial to find us. There's no sampling.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you're not going to stumble upon us. You have to go to the AM side.
Top 10 with AM radio in 2023 in a big blue city.
Yes,
let that sink in.
Exactly.
But now, so I looked up as far as the claim, that Greg said you were reading somebody said. I'm looking up what some automakers say, that especially in EVs, in the electric vehicles, they're saying it's costly for automakers because the modern vehicles have these onboard electronic systems, like the brakes, adaptive driver assistance systems, and all this infotainment stuff that could distort the AM signals depending on their proximity to the radio. That's what they're claiming. I'm always just suspicious of the fact, like I remember when CBS 3 and they sold some of their broadband, and there was this big thing, and you're like, why are they doing this? Because the government wants to control and monetize the airwaves. Right? And so you have television.
That's the issue.
And that's the real, the government wants,
media.
Yes.
The government wants to control everything from, go to a marriage license. Back in the day, they didn't have marriage licenses. The government wants to license and control everything, even the freaking airwaves, which to me is crazy.
By the way, I'm totally against marriage licenses. They should expire like driver's licenses.
Yes, they want more. Dawn is correct. They want more radio stations to be like WHYY here in town, where literally they have no sponsors. The way they make money is by fundraising. You know what I mean? Like and government subsidies. That's how they, because then they can control the message. We rely on sponsors here. We rely on good people that invest money into this radio station because they believe in the reach of and the power of our listeners who actually, you know, we're probably the only station in town where if we tell you to go to X, you're going to go to X because you believe in what we say so much.
Right.
So that's the lifeblood of this radio station. And for HYY to go like, hey, we don't have commercials like that other station. Yeah, because you're government subsidized. That's why.
Right. And think about how just foolish and stupid some of these companies are that don't advertise with a station like us or don't advertise on TV on a station or a channel like Fox News. At the end of the day, what was the famous line Michael Jordan said? Republicans buy sneakers too.
By Nike.
So you don't want to, as a capitalist, as a business owner, you don't want to grow your business and have Republicans that have a lot of disposable income at their fingertips to purchase your product. That's completely foolish. But I'm not a business owner. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We will come back. Joe Biden says, I'm not sure I'd be running if Donald Trump was running. We'll get to that story. And also Trump taking even bigger leads in all of the swing states. We will give you those details on the other side. But you might be in the mood to swing on by Wawa, grab yourself a cup of coffee, maybe a Sizzly, a breakfast sandwich. While you're there, grab some gift cards, or if you don't have time to get the gift card in store, you could do it digitally. That's the beautiful thing, because Wawa has two great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. You could be shopping from home or maybe the office. Just don't tell the boss. It's cold out, so when you want to give a gift card for Wawa, a digital gift card is the easy way to send, whether it's near or far. Just visit Wawa.com. Pick one of their festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly or schedule it to arrive at just the right moment, like magic. Buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody that you love. Or if you're out and about in the hustle and the bustle and that's your kind of thing and you're doing some shopping, head on over to your local Wawa and grab a gift card at one of their locations. You'll find gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life and for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox. Grab one of those options for your boss or your favorite aunt or uncle and make anybody's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift shop card. Give Wawa.com a check and take a look at what they have to offer, or stop in and see store for details.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 647 Wednesday morning. As we continue, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet coming up? 7:45 as the Ivy League gets roasted yesterday. You will hear a lot of that. Also, Tony Bruno at 8:25 this morning. So a couple of interesting things on the Joe Biden-Donald Trump front when it comes to 2024. This story from Reuters, and I thought the headline was very interesting. Biden not sure that he'd be running if Trump was not running in 2024. So President Joe Biden said yesterday that he may have skipped mounting a 2024 re-election bid if he were not facing Donald Trump because the Republican poses a unique threat to the United States. Quote, if Trump wasn't running, I'm not sure that I'd be running, Biden said at a fundraising event yesterday outside of Boston. He also went on to say, quote, actually, let's see here. Yeah, we cannot let Donald Trump run and win in 2024. Our nation may never look the same again. To which Trump said last night on his Fox News town hall, quote, somebody gave him a talking point that they thought would sound good. Reuters goes on to say that Biden, seeking a second four-year term in next year's election, later told reporters at the White House that he would not drop out of the race. No, not now, end quote, said Joe. Look, he is running, and I have to run as well. So if we've been having these conversations about, is Joe going to get replaced? Is he going to get replaced this summer at the convention? Is Gavin going to swoop in? Last week, Gavin says in his debate against Ron DeSantis with Sean Hannity that he will not be running in 2024. So if you take everybody at face value, and I'm not saying that you should, but if you do, this is what I've been saying, that Joe will be the nominee because Democrats will drag a carcass all the way to the finish line if they believe that person is the best option to win and maintain a seat or control and hold power for the next amount, X amount of years. But I guess here's the question. Do Democrats actually believe that Joe gives them the best chance? Or is this stubborn Joe saying he hasn't had enough of his fill yet? Because he's sitting here and saying, you know what, I'm the only guy that can beat Trump. I will take one for the team in the name of democracy.
They have to believe that, right? They have to believe that.
But how can they when I guess then polls mean nothing? So his net approval rating at -16, the Dems are like, this is a stinking poll.
I think they're counting on just people coming out and voting against Trump.
Yes.
Yeah.
That bingo, that's it. Now Biden did later offer reporters asked him about it when he returned from Boston, and he had said, I expect so, but look, he's running. I have to run.
Yep.
And then he said, they asked him if he'd drop out if Trump would exit the race, and he said, not now.
Right.
What?
Right.
Let me ask you guys a very this will probably be the only radio show that asks this question, but I'm going to ask it.
Okay.
Is it worth it to you? If Joe Biden were to say, if Trump doesn't run, I will bow out. Is it worth it to you for Trump to run?
So are you saying is it the best chance for Trump to beat somebody not named Joe versus somebody not named Trump?
Yes.
To beat? I mean, I could see
if we believe the polls and like
Okay.
a Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or whatever just wipes the floor with Biden. Is it worth it? I'm just asking.
I
the
actually
question.
think if you
Is it more important to get Joe out, or is it more important to get Trump in?
I think,
in your opinion,
let me frame it this way, and I think this is the way I would answer it. I think if Trump and Biden were removed from the equation, we would actually have a general election of what we saw on the debate stage last week of DeSantis versus Newsom, in which I say, this is just my prediction, I think DeSantis would beat Newsom in an election if we're talking about an election where Trump and Biden are not in the equation. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's the way I would look at it. Now, I also think Trump probably could be, not probably, I think he would beat Gavin Newsom. But to answer it the way you positioned it, I think DeSantis would beat Newsom. I think Dawn's right. I think there's just so much of this Trump derangement syndrome where it's like you don't really even give a hoot what the other option is. You're just taking the other option because it's not Trump. They don't care about the facts. They only care about the feelings. And you could sit there and say, well, but hold on a second, Bobby. Hold on, Mary. If I told you gas would be this and groceries would be that and there would be a secure border and we would have law and order in big cities with crime and, inflation would go. If I told you life would be significantly better in every category, but you had to vote for Trump, these people still would not vote for Trump. That's the infuriating, and really, this could go down as one of the greatest case studies in politics history. That I know politics usually is about feelings over facts, but with this group of people, with their disdain for Trump, they don't care. They'll pay $3.94 for gas. They'll pay an extra 27% on their electricity bill. Mm-hmm. They just don't care. They want the orange man gone. They're what's the old adage? You're willing to cut off your nose to spite your face. That's these people.
I don't think that Trump is as obsessed with Biden as Biden is with Trump.
I would agree.
And so to what you're talking about, to Greg's question, if Biden drops out, Trump is not affected in his mind. Mm-hmm. He wants to make America great again, get us back where we were pre-pandemic. He feels like he did not finish the job and wants to, get back in mm-hmm. and do right.
Yep.
So I don't think that Trump is motivated. I actually don't think he's motivated at all by Biden. But I do worry moving forward. And even last night, I know you're going to get to it, but there were points, and I watch it with my teenage son because I had a late thing at school, right? So I'm watching, and my take on Trump, because I'm listening to the content of what he's saying,
mm-hmm.
but in the context of the Liz Cheney book, her book tour.
Everybody's got a book.
And I know you're going to play all that. But some of his comments, those one-liners, play into the rhetoric that is happening with those stations like Rachel Maddow and CNN and
yep.
NBC, all those cable stations, whatever. And so I just think to myself, okay, I wish that the primary were over. I know tonight is a debate. They don't have a shot. I wish all the Republicans would rally around their candidate and just rally around him.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And make up a plan. Say, look, at some point, I don't know how it all works, but at some point, if they see in the polls, if they say, look, we're going to drop out, we're going to rally around you. But if some point, even next summer before the convention, we see in the polls that you can't beat Biden,
mm-hmm.
then we've got to cut a new deal.
Yep.
Seriously, I wish they would do that.
I agree.
Because because at this point, he's got to pivot.
Yep.
And so he's playing to that Iowa audience, but he's on Hannity. It's a national audience.
Yep.
So this morning, all they're playing is like these clips out of context. All the headlines are out of context. And so I'm just watching last night going, oh, God, I want you to talk about the economy. I want you to just get into it. But he can't because he's in a primary.
Coming up next, Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden in the 6 battleground states increases in the latest polls. Are we going to take the bait again? Kayal and Company, hour 2 on the way here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a barely there feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Does a broken down heater have you feeling the chill this holiday season? Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is here to warm you up with $50 off any heating repair. Horizon's experts are available to get your system back in working order fast. And in the event your system can't be repaired, Horizon Services can replace your system as soon as the next day to get you back to comfy and cozy. Book your repair today at horizonservices.com.
Did you hear? The Eagles-Seattle game is now Monday night, December 18th. We'll join Miller Lite for the Eagles watch party at the Fading Goat in Glen Olden. Along with Eagles alumni, cheerleaders, Swoop, a chance to win signed merch and more. Enjoy the game with $3 Miller Lite bottles and drafts. It's the Miller Lite Eagles watch party with Eagles alums, cheerleaders, and Swoop. Monday, December 18th at J.D. McGillicuddy's in Havertown. Party starts at 8 p.m. Tastes like Miller time, Eagles fans. Celebrate responsibly.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Holy Rosary Regional School on Walton Road in Plymouth Meeting on Saturday, February 3rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 7 o'clock Wednesday morning as we begin hour number 2. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on the conversation. What's on the cut sheet? It's coming up 7:45 this morning. Going to be a loaded cut sheet. Tony Bruno live from the great state of Florida coming up at 8:25. Bruno was actually crabbing yesterday, if you saw him on Twitter. He dropped one of those cages off of his little dock.
He got crabs?
He's got crabs.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Yes. The kind you can eat, though. He scooped up a couple of blue crabs out of the cage, and
sounds like a delightful life.
Yeah,
honestly, it does. It
Yeah.
really. I just, God.
I know.
I just have to wake up at 4 in the morning.
No. But
he probably still wakes up at 4 in the morning, but
on
gets to go
Wednesdays for
prep.
sure.
Yeah.
He's in the YouTube chat and he's prepping at 5:30 for a 25-minute hit. So Bruno will join us coming up 8:25 this morning. Also a great prize for our morning mystery movie clip, and we got a lot of good things to get to. I've got some new polling data for Trump and Biden. Also, polls showing that independent candidates are pulling more of the young people away from Joe than they are Trump. Also tonight, the fourth Republican primary debate. And we got to get to this story in Montgomery County with mail-in ballots at really the most grassroots of levels. We'll get to that before the cut sheet as well. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Wednesday, December 6th, 39 degrees. And we are in for a chilly day. If you're headed out, just grab a little bit of a heavier coat. You need your winter coat this morning and tomorrow morning, but I'll tell you when the warm-up will be happening this week. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by Piazza Auto Group. So let's talk about it. We have some warnings about auto thefts, some arrests. We also have the Center City Macy's store expected to reopen today, this after the stabbing, the murder that happened, and the headline that was "Murder at Macy's," making national headlines. The mother of that murdered security guard who was fatally stabbed at the Macy's store in Center City, Philadelphia, during the height of holiday shopping, with Hanukkah beginning sundown tomorrow, Christmas in about 3 weeks, and mom, Dawn Fubbs, speaking out, talking about her 27-year-old son, Eric Harrison, stabbed to death while working Monday morning. And by the way, he had just finished his overnight shift at the post office, a very hard worker, known for his sense of humor. He was beloved there, had worked there for multiple years. And as well, thanks to the young man, his friend at the Macy's store, who stepped in, the 23-year-old coworker who was also stabbed, who was trying to save Eric. And that is going viral as well. His name's Christian Mitchell. He's still recovering in the hospital from stab wounds in his face and his arm. Meantime, we're learning more about that suspect identified as 30-year-old Tyrell Tunnell, who I know there was a big news conference yesterday afternoon. He's now facing murder charges, but many in the city, and this has gone viral, and Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti and others have put out his very long list of past crimes and throughout the area, not just Philadelphia, Montgomery County, Bucks County, Delaware County. A lot of people saying, if this guy had such a rap sheet, why in the world was he out and about?
Yeah. You know, you mentioned Larry Krasner in the first round of the news and how he's been speaking up about it. It's like, dude, I don't even want to hear from you anymore. Just enforce the freaking law. How about that? None of your little political messages and your posturing means a damn thing. Just do your job. But we know you're on your way out anyway.
Yeah, and Krasner, speaking of, he had asked Philadelphia City Council to fund that newly formed task force to focus solely on retail theft. So he wanted more money to focus on these kinds of things. And meantime, Sherelle Parker, the mayor-elect, she held a meeting yesterday announcing her so-called kitchen cabinet. So she's trying to deal with issues and get ahead of that before she's sworn in January. We had Penn President Liz McGill. She was grilled by the congressional committee there yesterday over the university's response to anti-Semitism or lack thereof. Other Ivy League presidents as well were, at the hearing testifying. And we also heard some of our own students here in Philadelphia who go to school at U-Penn telling their personal stories with great passion. And we also had jury deliberations. They continue in the trial of former Philadelphia labor leader John Doherty. No verdict yet. We're on verdict watch, though, so we're watching that very carefully. I'll tell you, this string of thefts in Delaware County have been linked to the same repeat offenders. We know in Delco, police are warning of the trend involving these car thefts and underage people, but the Yedenborough Police Department, they had announced an arrest. And they were given a detailed description of some of the individuals, 14-year-old kids that they took into custody, 14-year-olds. And so they're putting out the warning that these are teens, these are underage kids going car to car, and committing these, whether they're stealing cars or getting into your car and stealing your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the warning is don't leave your stuff in your car.
Yeah, and you know what? Arrest them, throw them in juvenile detention, scare the hell out of them, and let's be tough on them now so they don't end up being career criminals.
Yeah,
Amen. Just my 2 cents.
Amen to that. So much going on today. We had talked about, and maybe we'll talk about this moving forward, but remember we had talked about the lawsuit, the tragedy involving a student here, a college student. Her parents had sued after she drank that Panera highly caffeinated lemonade. Now there's a report of a second death. David Brown had high blood pressure and didn't usually drink energy drinks and drank the lemonade. There's another lawsuit involving Panera Bread and that spiked lemonade with lots of caffeine.
You mentioned high blood pressure and caffeine, and obviously I'm still here, so I didn't die. But I forgot to tell you. You know how you told me start getting your annual physical, Nick?
Yes.
You're 40 years old. When I went to the initial, the general practitioner for your basic physical, my blood pressure and my heart rate was like sky high, and they were like, "Sir, I'm like, oh, I did have a Red Bull about 25 minutes ago."
Oh my goodness!
I might be the biggest idiot on the planet. Who goes to a physical to get like their vitals checked and drinks a Red Bull on the way there?
Well, because you get up in the wee hours of the morning. So
yeah, this was post-nap too, so. But yeah, I was like, yeah, you're right, Doc. I had a Red Bull. That explains it. He just looks at me, shakes his head. He goes, you people.
You people.
I'm like, yeah, I'm like, me.
You hardworking morning people.
Damn morning people.
We have so much to talk about today, but we want to thank our sponsor, Piazza Auto Group. Get complimentary 2-year maintenance with the purchase of any new 2023 Acura, like the Integra, the TLX, or the MDX. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, Westchester. You can always shop online, piazzaacura.com. As we think about, by the way, the Sixers tonight with the facing the Wizards, 7 p.m., we might see Kelly Oubre return to action.
Oh, that's right. Is that a home game? So will he be taking his bike home or walking the back alleys? Or is he riding his bike from the nation's capital? Boy, I think I said this yesterday. That story just disappeared.
It did. No follow-ups.
None.
No more questions.
Yep.
What a mystery.
By the way, can I just say something where this Macy's stabbing happened the other day? Isn't that where they want to put the Sixers new stadium?
Is that close to Chinatown?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never frequented that store.
Not because the Macy's is by the. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 15th and Market. I mean, what's Chinatown? It's a few blocks.
Yeah.
How big do you think that stadium's going to be? Huge. It's going to take up a lot.
Well, it'll probably congest that area, but it's not right there.
All I'm saying is that look, think twice about this stuff, guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, are we arguing that the sports complex in South Philadelphia is the better option?
I think it is. To be honest with you, I think it is.
I hate that whole area. Just an eyesore.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just a concrete eyesore. Like I love how some of these stadiums have like charm and they're in a city, or like Lambeau Field in Green Bay is like in somebody's neighborhood. Like Packer Stadium is like literally in a neighborhood.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. It was snowing on Sunday night.
Yeah, I know.
Well, why don't they build up the area then differently?
I don't know.
Why don't they do that?
I know when I was doing sports down for Odyssey in Atlanta, the new Braves Stadium is out in kind of like the Marietta area, which is outside of the city, and it's a very unique setup. It's very cool. I hate having everything just kind of bunched together in a big parking lot. Not my thing, but
it's easier to park there and tailgate.
Yeah, and
you're not all crowded in.
And it's awful trying to get out of there then.
Well, let's get to the forecast real quick here. It's chilly today. It's 39 right now. Actually they've lowered it. 44 degrees for the high today and breezy. Much of the same tomorrow, maybe a couple degrees warmer tomorrow. So today and tomorrow, okay, we're in the work week, school, just wear your coat. It's winter, it's December. But then there is a change coming actually for the first full day of Hanukkah, which begins sundown Thursday night. But Friday, when you look, we're now coming in the 50s. And we begin this warm-up, and it's thanks to an Alberta Clipper from Canada coming in.
Sounds like a double-A baseball team.
The Alberta Clippers.
Yeah, the Reading Phillies and the Alberta Clippers. We got a 4-pack coming up at 9:20.
You crack me up. But we're looking at, I mean, it's not going to be, it's going to be actually quite nice. So Friday, 54 degrees as we look at your Friday. Then Saturday, 55 degrees. So Friday and Saturday, basically mid-50s with a lot of sunshine. And then Sunday, 63 degrees. However, the winds could be damaging. We're looking at up to 50-mile-an-hour winds for Sunday and storms moving through, but 63 degrees. So that changing weather, I mean, we will see a ton of rain moving through on Sunday. But like I say, we could see some damaging storms, 50-mile-an-hour winds. So what do they say? You know, tighten up the hatches, batten down the hatches, whatever. Kayal and Company, News Live.
Thank you, Dawn. 7:12 here on this Wednesday morning. Okay, so the latest polling number is very interesting, and then also what independents could be on the verge of doing. But I want to give you these 6 battleground states as Trump has now increased his lead in each and every one of those. I will start with the biggest lead and then work our way down. Both in Florida and Georgia, Trump now with a double-digit lead over Joe Biden, and this does include RFK Jr. factored in. So Trump leads Biden by 10 points in Georgia, 45% to 35%, 7% for RFK. Same thing in Florida, 10-point lead, 44% to 34%, RFK at 9%. In North Carolina, Trump leads Biden by 9%. In Pennsylvania and Arizona, Donald Trump has a 7-point lead over Joe Biden. RFK sitting right around 7% in Pennsylvania, 10% in Arizona. And then even in Michigan, Trump now with a 1-point lead over Joe Biden. And I would think if you look at those 6 states, Michigan, the bluest of the 6, governor being a Democrat in Gretchen Whitmer. And that gets us to maybe something that we need to ponder here for a moment, as polls are showing that independent candidates are pulling more young people away from Joe than they are Trump. A recent Harvard University poll shows that independent candidates are pulling more young people away from Democrats than Republicans for 2024. They go on to say that the survey found President Biden has, quote, a solid lead against former President Donald Trump in a hypothetical 2024, but that independent candidates pose a more significant threat to Joe Biden. The Harvard Kennedy School Institute of Politics released this poll yesterday, finding that while a majority of young people are in the president's camp, they're more open to independent candidates. In a choice between Joe and Trump for 2024, voters aged 18 to 29 favor Biden 41% to 30%. However, 69% of young voters who favor Biden indicated they are voting more in opposition to Donald Trump becoming president than, quote, support for President Biden and his policies. So, I mean, when we look at this and when we hear this, perhaps we've been wrong. I mean, and then you throw in the RFKs and the Cornel Wests of the world, and we've kind of had this conversation back and forth of who does RFK pull from, who does Cornel West pull from, and I think we were at the conclusion that Cornel West pulls from Joe and that RFK would pull a little bit from Joe but also Trump, and yet it seems to be they're pulling away from Joe here, which is maybe a significant development. If you believe the Harvard poll.
It's all the age thing. Every, Gen Z person that I talk to, they all say the same thing. It's just like both Trump and Biden, they're like, they're too old. We need somebody that is younger in that office.
To which I would ask a Gen Zer, what's appealing to you about RFK? Because
who's also like 70, isn't he?
That's what I'm saying. He's not a spring chicken either.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but he's really fit, and I just think as an independent and some of what he talks about, he appeals to the younger, a younger audience.
He'll be 70 in January.
Just RFK will?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Don. Go ahead.
He seems like a young, I don't know. He seems like
he's
a young.
Ripped. Yeah, remember he was doing the bench press with the shirt off when Vivek was throwing the football. No, Vivek was playing tennis. RFK was doing bench presses and push-ups. Remember every politician was doing sports for a while?
I don't know. I just feel like also if I were advising like the Trump team, I would say I think that Trump's youngest son, I believe, will be 18 by the next election. So you have a whole brand new group of people turning 18 for the upcoming election. Focus on those new voters. Reagan did that. And Reagan somehow, and he was not young when he ran the first time. He was not a young guy, but he appealed to so many different groups of people, including those younger voters.
You just hit on something interesting. You said his youngest son will be 18. That would be Barron, correct?
Yeah, Barron and Melania's only child.
We've talked about Kamala's daughter raising funds for Gaza.
Kamala's stepdaughter.
Or stepdaughter, correct. Yeah, Doug's real daughter. This is, I think, a time where if you're a Republican, if you're Trump, and if you want to get that younger vote, I mean, you need to start having, Barron out there doing TikToks and Instagrams and, trying to get, we've seen the data. High school boys are trending more conservative than ever.
You don't want your 18-year-old son out there doing this
right.
crap.
I'm not saying Barron putting him, I don't think Melania would have it right now.
Probably not.
Either, because you know what I mean? As a parent, you don't want your kid, well, it depends on the kid, but
Right.
I'm just saying he could use that as a dad of a teenager to kind of, appeal to that age group. And as well, he's a granddad. And he has, I think Ivanka and Jared's kids are now your daughter's ages. So I'm saying that I believe that he needs to appeal.
Is Trump going to go out there and talk about how he threw the ball around with Barron? Is that how he's going to appeal? Yeah. He bounced him on his knee. Come on.
He's got a good fastball. By the way, Trump had a kid at 59 years old. There ain't no chance in hell Nick Kale's having a kid at 59 years old.
Never say never.
He had as much hand in raising Barron as Nick had in raising your kids, Dawn.
I don't know. I think he's, at least with the first 3 kids.
He had nothing to do with them either.
I think he's a very hands-on. Well,
oh, please.
I think he's a very hands-on dad. They've been part of his. They were part of his business.
You ask him right now how many kids he has, and he's going to struggle to tell you.
I disagree with that, but the fact you're saying that, no, I think he's a really hands-on dad.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Weirdest conversation.
Trump.
Greg, his kids have been part of his business since they were, upper teens. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, because they want to be him. Like they all want to. Well, at least Don Jr. and Eric.
Well, honestly.
Well, they're not out doing crack, in China. Okay.
If my dad was Trump, I would probably want to jump in on that family empire as well. It's a lot easier when you kind of got that built in.
You can say a lot of things about Trump, but him being a hands-on dad is not one of them.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
Time Dad of the Year. We got to get a list going.
What I mean by that, I think I disagree with that. But I think obviously very wealthy, and the baby mamas, the children's moms, great hands-on moms. But I think that once his kids became teenagers, they've talked about it. They've done extensive interviews on it. They've all were part of his business when they were teenagers. They've been a part of, especially the oldest 3. He was very hands-on.
Oh, I'm getting the hate on YouTube now. Oh no. I said something against it.
Thank you.
Everybody, no.
Thank you.
How does that
sound? No, I mean it though. You can go back and look at interviews of them. It's pretty interesting how he was. He got them involved in the family business.
Mm-hmm.
Because people, maybe you forget, but he's a guy who was a big businessman. He built things. He built buildings.
Hey, if he wants to
hired a ton of people.
If he wants to hire me to run one of his high-end golf courses, I'm for sale. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Tonight, the 4th Republican primary debate. Does anybody actually know what channel News Nation is? We will try to figure that out and make sense of what Megyn Kelly will moderate tonight from the home of your future national champions in college football, Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Republican primary conversation coming up next here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I was talking to Ken last night. He's actually going to call in today and be on my show today about Ken from Conservative Tours. And he said, Dawn, are Michael and David going to southern Italy? Are they going on the trip for sure? I need their information because we only have a few spots left. Actually, we're selling out on this, and we're trying to tie up all the loose ends. So he said, you got to email me all their information and passport and this and that. And I said, oh my goodness, yeah, Michael and David. We don't want to leave them out. So we're getting down to the wire as far as, and I just want to thank so many of you because I can't wait for this. I got butterflies in my stomach when I was talking to Ken about this amazing trip, thanks to Ken at Conservative Tours, Southern Italy. And I just hope there are only a few spots left, but I hope you join me next spring. Oh my goodness. Isle of Capri, Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, Rome, 12 incredible days of touring, olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, wineries, and the tasting sessions. The group dining events that Conservative Tours puts on, they are iconic. They're legendary. Seriously, ask my friend Dom and his wife Ro Giordano. 5267, and this is incredible, 5267. This includes nonstop airfare, and the toll-free number, if you want to call, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com, and Italy's best-kept secret, Puglia. Why so many Italians? Why did they take their vacations in Puglia? We're going to find out together. Just unspoiled, authentically Italian. So I hope that there are enough spots if you call in. Now, I would not put this off. It looks like we're going to be sold out, by noon today. So I got to get Michael and David's names in there as well. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Hey, it's the holiday season, and we all know what that means. In addition to presents under the tree, it's time to use those FSA and HSA benefits we've been accruing all year. I'm Dom Giordano, and if your benefits are still available, now's a great time to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Robert Bentz from the Bentz Dental Group to set up your appointment for a consultation. You know how much I admire Dr. Bentz and his quality work, attention to detail, and investment in the overall health of his patients. Dr. Bentz is a board-certified prosthodontist, was recently appointed to the board of the American College of Prosthodontics. So if you're considering dental implants, reconstruction, or any dental or prosthodontic needs, call Bentz Dental Group today to schedule an appointment with Dr. Bentz, and don't let 2023 end without taking advantage of those FSA and HSA benefits. Call or visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call them at 610-272-6949. That's 610-272-6949.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yeah. Kayal and Company, 726. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno, 1 hour from now. What's on the cut sheet in under 20 minutes? It's going to be a great one. We'll also preview the Republican primary debate tonight. Mail-in ballot issues in Montgomery County. That's on the way. And also the 14th Amendment could very well be dead, buried, and gone, at least in Portland, Oregon. 855-839-1210.
Can I say one thing? Because I'm getting a lot of hate.
I can see
usual.
Yeah.
Constitutional Tony says, Greg Stocker making claims about Donald Trump being a bad dad without any facts to back it up is utterly ridiculous. First of all, let me just say this. I didn't say he was a bad dad. I said he was an old school dad. I just said he wasn't there raising his kids. Like most people from that most men from that generation did.
Well, he wasn't breastfeeding like a lot of modern day dads who think they can breastfeed. Okay,
Here we go.
So no, he wasn't breastfeeding.
Here we go.
But he's an incredible, great dad. That's what I was saying. Hands-on, taught his kids right there how to be involved in his business. His kid, look at his kids compared to the other one right now with the crack problem and this and that and all the hookers and the naked ladies and oh my
First
goodness.
of all, I never said Joe Biden was a hands-on dad either.
Well, he might be hands-on, but
I'm just saying that it's like my grandparents. You know what I mean? Like they were there, yeah, but they believed that their job was to make money and to provide for their family. That's how they took care of their family. That's all I'm saying.
I just want to see both of you guys argue. I'll just sit back and watch.
I just said he didn't have a hand in a huge hand in raising them. That's all I'm saying.
He might. To clarify, seriously, he when they were little babies, did he change all the diapers? Perhaps
he's
not.
admitted that. He's admitted he's never changed a diaper.
He has said that. And my husband too, by the way.
Painful exercise,
But
by the way.
just because you didn't change a diaper, does not mean you're not a hands-on dad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing worse than using that butt that butt paste. Yeah, you pull it out, a big glob, and you wipe it on your kids' cheeks. I used to hate that.
Burt's Bees is the best.
Burt's Bees is good. They make good chapstick too, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Burt's Bees diaper rash.
Yeah.
I still buy it because poor Lair Bear, he gets those chapped thighs when we go to the shore under the swimsuit. That whole thing.
I had a bit of a chapped ass riding that bike to Atlantic City, to be honest. Now we're talking about chapped things.
I should have bought you the Burt's Bees. That would have helped. I told you to Vaseline up. I warned you.
You did. Yeah, sometimes I just prefer to go.
You want to pound it, and then cook you like a dry rub. Was that constitutional? Why did you say Constitutional Tony said disappointed in you, Dawn?
No,
me.
He wanted to tag you just so you could see it.
Okay, because I was like,
look, I'm glad.
Greg doesn't know. He doesn't.
Arrow toward Greg.
No, Greg hasn't watched all the interviews and seen all the interviews with the Trump kids.
That's right.
He hasn't seen all that. Greg didn't know.
I did not know. I did not know.
He didn't know, but back when the media loved and adored Trump and when like Mika and Joe were sucking up to him and staying for free at Mar-a-Lago.
He wasn't a hands-on dad then either.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. I'm telling you. And by the way, that's why his kids credit him that they don't drink, they don't smoke, they're all extremely healthy. Yeah. Why? That's their father.
Uncle Magoo has my thoughts exactly. Involved, not hands-on. There we go. How about that?
Yeah.
How about that?
Hands-on when they're a baby.
Uncle Magoo. I like Uncle Magoo. I think we should all have an Uncle Magoo in our lives. All right, you two fight amongst yourselves. Let me take Ed and Delran real quickly. Ed, you got like 32 seconds. Ed, you go right ahead, sir.
Hey, I'll just say this. Joe Biden could never sit down with Sean Hannity and do a town hall like Trump can. That's number one. And here's another one. If Biden says, hey, I'm only running because Trump is running, is that an endorsement of DeSantis and Nikki Haley and all the other Republican candidates? That's what it seems like to me. Hey, I'll endorse the other ones. I don't even need to run if it wasn't just for Trump.
Interesting point. And you talk about Joe running. I don't know that Joe could run. I don't think Joe could hold a town hall right now at a Walmart parking lot.
That's true.
So
it's absolutely true.
He couldn't be the Walmart greeter.
No.
That's the sad truth.
All right, let's a quick break so we can get back on track schedule-wise. Cut sheets coming up at 7:45, and I promise you we will get into the Republican primary debate that I think 13, let's call it 14 people will probably watch in this country tonight on News Nation. Can you find News Nation? I'm just going to guess like channel 133. I have no idea if I'm right. We'll find out. I'll check a look at the TV guide during the break, and we're back after this on Kayal and Company.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation. People who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city is on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
Brent Selleck here. Teamwork is important to me. So I turned to the team at Gerhard's Appliances to power my new house. I needed an appliance game plan, and Gerhard's consultant walked me through the showroom and helped me customize my entire house. From a double fridge that's the size of a pantry, to a new range, and 2 dishwashers just for my wife, I scored a touchdown with Gerhard's Appliances. Gerhard's is your star player for your home's appliances. Visit gerhardsappliance.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exton and Limerick and an Infiniti dealership in Westchester, we have over 600 new and pre-owned vehicles waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A place so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today, and remember, Philly rides with us.
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Cento.
Big lasagna, manicotti, clam sauce with linguine, chicken parmigiana, and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, percitelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old-world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Cento. Cento, for taste that sings. Cento, trust your family with our family.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. The holiday season is upon us, and I want you to think about getting yourself a gift this year. That's right. Give yourself the gift of a gorgeous smile. Come on, you deserve it. Book an appointment today with my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years, and as you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Veneria. The level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Veneria today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family, and you deserve a beautiful smile. Come on, a smile says so much to the world. You won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you, Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Uh-huh, 7:37, Kayal and Company. It is a Wednesday morning. I just had to go in the studio and break it up between Dawn and Greg. Dawn had Greg in the figure 4 leg lock.
I put out an all call. I want Don Jr. or Eric or Ivanka or Laura. They've all been on, obviously they've called him before, but
Laura's not his daughter, it's his daughter-in-law.
She's the daughter-in-law, but I said he's a great dad and granddad, and so I think she could call in. Recently, she tweeted out adorable video of, they had Granddad Day at one of her kids' school, and so it was really, really cute. So like her mom and then Trump, they showed up for Grant. Can you imagine, like for your little kindergarten class? And it was stinking adorable.
Tonight, I don't know that I would characterize it as adorable. I would say probably unnecessary, difficult to find, and very combative. But we will have the 4th GOP primary debate at 8 o'clock on News Nation. Megyn Kelly, one of the moderators. I believe 2 of the 3 are conservative. So very interesting because News Nation tries to portray themselves as a centrist network. And you are going to have the following individuals on the debate stage: Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Chris Christie. And, it's interesting. We've been talking about who's going to drop out when. Ron DeSantis is all giddy about Iowa. When I'm looking at just, forget polling numbers for a moment, but when you just see the way certain people have kind of interacted on the debate stage, you would think that Vivek is polling better than he is with all the media attention and run he gets. He's been very combative with Nikki Haley. But I would argue right now that after tonight, Vivek and Chris Christie should probably both check out. I think Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley could kind of survive and advance, but we all know it's Trump's party, it's Trump's race. He will be the nominee, and Trump will obviously be absent again tonight. But that being said, I don't see any of these individuals right now waving the white flag anytime soon. DeSantis is the number 2 guy, distant second to Trump. Vivek is I would say Vivek is very type A. I don't see him throwing in the towel. Yeah, absolutely. And like Nikki has really made some inroads with certain people in certain polls. And Chris Christie claims to be the opposite of pretty much these 3. If you're talking about a rhino, if you're talking about a moderate, if Chris Christie is going out there and advertising saying America really wants somebody out there that is not super partisan and hyper partisan, I'm that guy. So honestly, who really is going to be the first of the 4 left standing, not named Trump, that are going to be participating tonight to drop out? And ultimately, what are you looking to see? Because according to my Twitter, nobody really seems to give a rip about it tonight. I'm going to do the big take on it. We'll talk about it. So much like the last couple of debates, a lot of people probably won't watch. They'll tune into us tomorrow and hear our takeaways and try to get filled in and clued in on what happened. But I asked this question on Twitter with a poll. I said the 4th GOP primary debate is tonight at 8 o'clock from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and it'll air on News Nation. Do you know what channel News Nation actually is? Yes, no, or not watching regardless. 57% say no, they don't know what channel it is. 40% say they're not watching regardless. And 3% say yes. So I think this is going to be a real doozy tonight. I think this could be an epic stinker if you think about it from a rating standpoint.
I'm interested to see what how Megyn Kelly does as a moderator, because I think she'll do a good job.
Do you think she's going to get too involved? Do you think she's going to be too combative as the referee? Because she's by far, and I think I have the other two names here.
Elizabeth Vargas, who I worked with at CBS, and then she went to ABC for many years.
Okay,
she's a big liberal.
Okay,
she is.
So who's the other conservative? Because I know there's two of the three are supposedly conservative. Megyn Kelly being one. I'm not sure who the third moderator is then. There's three of them tonight.
I would say Vargas has the most to prove because she is relatively new at News Nation.
Okay.
So she's trying to, I think, carve out a name for herself.
Right.
I think they didn't renew her contract. Whatever happened at ABC, she was at ABC, fought alcoholism. She's been through it, blah, blah, blah. So she is the most to prove. So I'll be interested. Megyn Kelly is, of course, known for her zingers. Remember, she started out the one debate asking Trump about Rosie and women are pigs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So she's pretty edgy.
Yeah, she's going to be good as a moderator, I think.
Yes,
it's going to be worth watching.
Do we want her being because she's a combative person?
I need it to be interesting. So if she's going to throw bombs at them, fine.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, my first question is, why the hell are you four in this? What do you guys have to prove?
Exactly.
Like, what is happening?
What is your motive and agenda the rest of the way here?
If you don't get a certain hit a certain threshold in Iowa or New Hampshire or whatever, will you drop out?
Right. So I think it'll be interesting. And I tried looking during the break. I can't find what channel News Nation is on any provider. So just best of luck if you have it.
By the way, Dawn, can you please edit your tweet? I love that you tweet right after the show or during the show. Can you please edit your tweet? I never said he was a bad dad. I said
I didn't
he was
say
not
you said he's
yes,
a bad
you
dad.
did. You said
did
good. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
like, all right.
Yes. I said he wasn't hands-on. That's all I said.
Yeah, we still doing the dad thing here?
Sorry.
See.
Sorry.
Meanwhile.
I know. I like that we can edit these things. I do like that we can go back and
there's
edit
a time
our
limit.
stuff.
There's a time limit on when you can edit it. Then I think eventually it goes into
Here's what I said. Donald Trump is a great dad. That's what I just said live to PhD. Trump is famous for being a hands-on, loving father. I didn't say that you said he's a bad dad.
Yes, you did.
Where? Here it is, right here.
I'm like Megyn Kelly. I'm just
seriously. I feel like Ron DeSantis talking to Newsom right now with the hair. No, I said Donald Trump is a great dad. That's what I just said live. Trump is famous for being a hands-on, loving father. And then I wrote...
And then you tagged 97 people and said...
The Trump kids, and I said, please call in 855-839.
And said he's a great dad.
He's a great dad.
Okay.
I never said, Greg said he's a bad dad. I never did. Did I? You're my witness.
Cut sheet can't come fast enough.
Nick,
So
I'm
it
sorry.
is, but it is the News Nation thing is it is on the CW. I think locally we'll get it on CW.
Oh man! So they're really going to preempt Seventh Heaven. I can't believe they would do that for this debacle. I mean, and this is a network too, by the way, that employs Dan Abrams, Chris Cuomo, Leland Vitter, who used to be on Fox, and Ashley Banfield. I'm looking at some of their numbers. This is going to be this will be a stinker from a rating standpoint compared to the past primary debates. But News Nation in the 8 o'clock window only averages 99,000 viewers. They're going to do well over 1 million tonight for this debate. It's not saying much, but for them, they're going to see like a 10-fold increase in ratings for one night, and then they're just going to go back to their obscurity that they are. I mean, you tried to, and this is a network that's only like 3.5 years old as well. They launched, I think, during the pandemic of all times.
Yeah,
which is an interesting business model and blueprint. And then you're going to build it around Cuomo.
I just hope so. It's a interesting group to me. Elizabeth Vargas, formerly of ABC, Ileana Johnson of the conservative site Washington Free Beacon, is how they build this, and the headliner Megyn Kelly. So 3 women.
Yeah. And their headliner is somebody that does a satellite radio show that doesn't even work for their own network, which is interesting. So there you go.
It'll be, my only concern in something like this is that you have people who want to shine and prove themselves.
Mhm.
You have News Nation that wants to get out there. And it's really not about the 3 women moderating.
Yeah.
It's not about News Nation. It's
Mhm.
about the candidates. So I
Right.
hope they keep it to that.
Some good producing here by Dorenzo. He says, News Nation, if you want to watch it, listen up because he's got the breakdown.
Uh-oh.
News Nation, if you have DirecTV, it's channel 307.
Okay.
If you have Verizon, it's either channel 68 or 568. I'm guessing standard or high definition differential there. And then Xfinity, channel 191. So also on Hulu and YouTube TV. There you go. All right, 855-839-1210. Bruno's coming up at 8:25. And right now we get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time because now is a great time to go to Cherry Hill Volvo because they need to clear the lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sales and lease options. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I want to start with U-Penn President Elizabeth McGill, who was on Capitol Hill yesterday testifying. She's the president of the University of Pennsylvania, U-Penn, here in Philadelphia. She was under pressure during a House anti-Semitism hearing on Tuesday as Representative Jim Banks from Indiana noted that a Penn professor who called for intifada against Israel kept his job at the prestigious institution, and other anti-Semitic speakers have been allowed to have events on campus. It's got pretty heated. I'm going to start with cut 1 here, guys. Go.
Ms. McGill, just weeks before the October 7 terror attacks against Israel, Penn hosted a Palestine Rights Literature Festival. The event featured Mark Lamont Hill, who was fired by CNN for calling for the destruction of Israel. It also hosted and included a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement, which has collaborated with anti-Israel terrorists, and maybe most notably, Roger Waters, the really wacky former Pink Floyd vocalist. The same Roger Waters, by the way, who's publicly used anti-Jewish slurs, desecrated the memory of Anne Frank, and has dressed up as a Nazi and floated a pig balloon with the Star of David at many of his concerts. Why in the world would you host someone like that on your college campus to speak at the so-called Palestinian Rights Literature Festival?
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. Anti-Semitism has no place at Penn.
Why did you invite Roger Waters?
Don't give us the lawyer script.
What did you think you would get out of him?
Anti-Semitism has no place at
She's
Penn.
reading from a script.
And our free speech policies are guided by the United States Constitution.
Why did you invite Roger Waters? And
Anti-Semitism does not have a place at Penn. And
you condemn what Roger Waters stands for.
Congressman, prior to the event, I issued a statement calling out the anti-Semitism of some of the speakers at that conference.
Specifically Roger Waters. Yes or no?
Roger Waters is among them.
So
yes.
you specifically called out a guy who floated pig balloons with the Star of David at his concerts.
I called out
I haven't seen the condemnation. I'm going to go look for it after this hearing. And I hope I can find that well-recorded condemnation from you.
I did call out the anti-Semitism of some of the speakers at a conference that had more than 100 people.
In the aftermath of the Palestinian Rights Festival, you and your board chairman wrote a memo outlining Penn's free speech policies. You said, quote, Penn does not regulate the content of speech or symbolic behavior. You wrote, including speech, quote, incompatible with the school's values. You went on to say that Penn does not have a policy against hate speech because, quote, defining and policing robust debate, even with respect to the most disturbing issues, is unwise. That's what you wrote. But in 2013, Penn canceled now Prime Minister Modi's scheduled keynote address at a Wharton-hosted economic forum in the face of opposition from Indian American professors. And for the past year, your administration has sought to punish Amy Wax, a tenured law professor, for her stance on DEI and identity issues. And then you canceled an event with former ICE Director Tom Homan due to disruptive student protest simply because he worked for former President Donald Trump. Ms. McGill, the fact is that Penn regulates speech that it doesn't like.
Amen.
Boom. Checkmate.
That-
You know, here's what's so frustrating about this. A nice work out of Mr. Banks. I would have said to that lady right there, McGill, I would have said, Ms. McGill, do you allow people to walk on your campus and root and cheer and protest and advocate for the genocide of African Americans? She would say no. Do you allow that for Mexicans? No. How about Asians? No. So then why is it not condemned for the Jewish community? And I would frame it that way to make her squirm and sweat in her chair. Think about this for a second as well. Riley Gaines faces more pushback and blowback from these universities over fighting for women's rights than these nut jobs do calling for the Antifada of Jews.
That is what's so, I mean, you can say, look, I don't want, I'm of the belief that I don't want anybody's speech banned on college campuses. Let it all there. People can go or not go. But you can't pick and choose who you're going to have. To your point, they're going to ban Riley Gaines. They're going to ban this person, that person. They're going to ban Trump officials.
Yeah.
But they have these kooks.
It's and if there's one university that actually squashes free speech more than Harvard, it's the University of Penn. Honestly, and I'm not even embellishing and playing radio here. Like, you have a better chance of walking on the University of Pennsylvania's campus and calling for the genocide of Jews and letting that be permitted than just saying, "Hey, I'm a conservative." They view conservatives to be a bigger issue than people that are legitimately calling for the death of the Jews.
Yep.
I can't even wrap my head around the hypocrisy and how anybody, and they're all, whether it's U-Penn or Harvard or Dartmouth or any of these other woke institutions in the Ivy League, they're all coming with their scripted answers that the lawyers have drawn up for them.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll say about my kids were watching the Pianist that back in the day, the movie about the war drama based on a true story. It was Roman Polanski produced that one. Adrian Brody starred as the pianist. Warsaw, Poland, Nazi Germany, and so on. And what I was thinking about as I was walking back and forth and I saw this clip where, my kids were saying, why did they allow it? Why did the Jewish people and the community why did they go along with it?
Yep.
They outnumbered them initially, half of people in Poland there, and they were creating these ghettos. And the answer is because nobody imagined that they would do what they did. So they sort of tolerated it, thinking, okay, they're putting us here and we're going into this area, they're moving us. And so it was amid all this confusion, and then eventually they did create a resistance, but by then it was too late. There were only like 60,000 people left or something. So to me, the message is, and I'm really serious, what we learned from history is we have to have zero tolerance from the get-go. When I got chill bumps yesterday when we were watching, and Anthony Dorenzo, to his credit, he was pulling some of this sound during all of these hearings. It was breaking news yesterday morning. And you hear these students from right here, U of Penn, and they're so proud to be here and what it would take to get into that school and dream of the American dream. And to imagine they're on their college campus and they're being threatened and hiding right here. I mean, we can basically see, their campus from our windows here at Odyssey World headquarters. And I think to myself, we have to learn from that history. It really wasn't so long ago. We need to stand up and say zero tolerance. And the last thing I'll say is until late last night, I was at this college counseling, huge seminar for my high school age kid, and they're talking about getting into college. They put up this graphic since 1948, when we barely had any international students in America. And now the United States is so proud of the fact that we have well over a million international so-called students that we attract to come here to this country.
Yep.
All I'm saying is, if you have the privilege of coming to this country and you're an international student and you're any part of this intimidation,
you're gone.
Yep.
Out.
Thank you.
Yep. I don't want to hear about rights. You're gone. I don't want to hear about your visa or temporary whatever. Get out.
Moving on to cut 3 here. Dawn just referenced this. This is a U-Penn student who held a press conference before the hearings began yesterday. He ripped the university for telling students not to wear symbols of Judaism and to avoid harassment. So you can't wear like the Star of David because, to avoid harassment. This is cut 3, guys. Go.
For the past 3 weeks inside Houston Hall, our student center, an anti-Semitic headquarters has been erected with signs spreading Hamas propaganda. The organizers, both Penn-affiliated and not, were initially asked to leave as they are trespassing on campus property. Well, 3 weeks later, they are still sleeping there, and countless Jewish students have been harassed, yet the anti-Semitic dormitory remains. Clearly, both a disregard for school policies and permission to disregard them by a university unwilling to do anything. Not only are tensions palpable, but there have also been materialized actions taken to intimidate and harm students. A bomb threat against Hillel, a swastika spray painted, the Hillel and Chabad houses vandalized, a professor posting the armed wing of Hamas's logo on Facebook, a Jewish student accosted, Jews are Nazis, etched adjacent to Penn's Jewish fraternity house. Why doesn't the university hold the perpetrators of such acts accountable? Is the university fearful that they may offend those who wish to intimidate and harass their fellow students? Penn's ambivalence fuels a crisis that has shattered my academic sanctuary. Policies meant to safeguard us have become hollow promises. And let us be clear, if they fail Jewish students today, tomorrow they will fail the rest of us. Nonetheless, I refuse to go back to 1939 when Jews had to hide their religious symbols and hide who they are due to the intimidation and harassment of us. I used to think this was nonsense, fear-mongering, until I was made aware that Penn recommended to students, quote, not wear clothing/accessories related to Judaism.
It's crazy. Oh, my God.
So hide your
Hundreds
identity.
of posters mocking the hostages featuring cows instead of humans adorned Penn's campus 2 weeks ago. While on my way to class, I was greeted with chalk reading 90% of pigs are gas chambered. As a student, despite what my university says, I do not feel safe. Let me be clear. I do not feel safe. Luckily, there are policies in place to protect students from the heinous acts I described. Unluckily, the university seems to have no interest in upholding those very policies. It's time for the soul of our university to reclaim its integrity. And it's time for me and my fellow classmates to stop worrying for our lives. Thank you.
The audacity of anybody at the University of Penn to sit there and say you basically should hide. Well, if you want to feel safer, don't advertise what you are. Don't show that. Don't make it public that you are Jewish. That takes a lot of temerity. I would also say this too. I think and I'm trying to get into the minds of these Ivy League institutions and everybody on the left that has immediately tried to defend Hamas and the pro-Palestinian movement. Anytime you bring up anti-Semitism, they automatically pivot to Islamophobia, which is like their default counter pivot out of not answering what we're actually talking about and addressing, but bringing up another phobia. And I said this in the 6 o'clock news this morning when Dawn had that story. It's not enough for people to, as a big-time donor, to stop giving money. It won't be enough for enrollment to decline. But these schools, even though they are private, they still get federal funding. The federal government needs to cut them off and stop giving them money. And watch how quick, because if you get hit 3 different ways, then you're like, wow, financially, we have really taken a pounding here.
Yeah, Dom had a mega donor on from U-Penn.
He did
yesterday.
That's
great.
Where he was, saying that he's not going to. But you're right. They need to be hit from all different angles in order for it really to affect. Like, what in the absolute is going on college campuses that this is insanity.
It is. And what we have learned here with identity politics, and if you believe in the pyramid of victimization, we now know that trans feelings matter more than female rights. We also now realize that the liberation of Palestine supersedes Jewish rights. So it's all about who the left believes is the more in need of protection over another marginalized community.
All we hear about is January 6th and this, and how it was the darkest day in American history and everything. The way the far left has just destroyed this country and like what we're doing is like we're ripe for a dictatorship. We are ripe for it because people are just like you're right. People are just so naive and stupid and just have no idea what's going on and just follow along blindly with everything. And it's really scary.
Colleges have no longer become about academics. It's about activism, and it's about basically all of this protest. Like, and to your point, where they don't even know what they're protesting. And you said the word stupid, and you're right. It is stupid. I mean, nothing embodies stupid more than a trans community member saying trans or queers for Palestine, not even being aware that if they advertised the fact that they were trans or whatever and they went over to the Middle East, they would be on a wooden log with somebody with a sword over their head. Like, are they aware of that? I would literally like to say, so you're a part of the trans community. Cool, man. Live your life. But just so you know, that sign you're holding, if you went over and told some of these people from Hamas that you were LGBTQ+, they'd cut your head off, bro.
You know what's funny is that we joke because we say that, the word woke has jumped the shark. And in a lot of ways, it has. The term. Ron DeSantis killed it.
Yes, he did.
But
Florida is where woke goes to die.
But the more serious point of it, these woke policies and this woke mind think is exactly what leads to this bull crap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the fact that people actually believe, that history is repeating itself is so scary.
It is.
That's far more scary than January 6th or anything else.
Thank you.
What's happening right now right in our backyard, right in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
With them marching towards Goldies and what's going on in U-Penn and all these other Ivy League schools. It's far more concerning to me than anything else.
You're so spot on. This is a modernized reboot. And by the way, this is nothing new. The Arabs and the Jews have been fighting since the beginning of time. But that kid right there from Penn mentioned 1939. This is a modernized reboot of what really the Holocaust was.
Yep.
And people are going to try to argue that January 6th was far more detrimental than what's going on now. To your point, Greg, you're accurate.
And just an update that the undergrad who you just played his audio, when he was holding that news conference, Kayal Jacoby, as well as the second student at U-Penn, Jordan Davis, after Liz McGill, after her testimony, they filed a civil rights lawsuit.
Amen.
And so they are calling for, in their civil lawsuit, saying it's a civil rights violation type, lawsuit, in that they're calling for U-Penn to fire the professors, not just get rid of these students who are doing the, investigate that, but to fire the professors who in class were shaming Jewish students and exhibiting anti-Semitism.
Yeah, all these presidents are going to sit there and say, well, we don't condone this. Well, you're not condemning it. That's the problem.
Amen.
That's the problem.
Freaking men. And hide your religion. Like this is Germany.
Well, that's what they told Riley Gaines and these female swimmers. Don't speak up about it. Yeah, so what if you speak up about it, it could be difficult for you.
What's so frustrating is that our damn media is going to spend all day today debating Trump joking about being a dictator. Literally joking. They're going to spend all day debating it and how our democracy is in peril because he made some dumb joke.
Yeah.
And this is going on, and we're not going to hear a peep about this.
Yeah, Trump's a dictator because he wants to secure the border and drill, baby, drill. That makes him a dictator. Okay, cool.
I'm sorry. This is it gets
better. Wait till we get to Harvard.
Hearing this is it just makes my blood boil. I'm gonna move on to cut 7 here, guys. This is a little lighter topic, but U-Penn president defending Cain. We talked yesterday because we played the clip I think earlier in the week of Joe Biden said that he was a professor at University of Pennsylvania, which obviously we know is a complete lie. He was paid $400,000 and. They were asking why, like what did he do to deserve this $400,000? What were his achievements? What did he do? Did he teach a class? And this was the answer. Cut 7, guys, go.
Count for it. Ms. McGill, as president of U-Penn,
Can you give us some insight into why Joe Biden was paid almost $1 million by U-Penn? What were his responsibilities when he is at U-Penn? Did he teach a class?
I appreciate the question. President Biden was a professor of practice at University of Pennsylvania for a little over 2 years. My understanding is that his salary was $400,000 a year. We also had Mr. Jeb Bush as a professor of practice at University of Pennsylvania.
Wow. Too low energy, guys.
President Biden had a wide variety of obligations. He was in many different classes.
Exactly did he have?
He held seminars. He was in many different classes. He interacted with thousands of students over the time he was there. He invited speakers. The goal of the center was to enhance
for $400,000. Anonymous Chinese donations poured into U-Penn after your university hired Joe Biden, and he appeared to have a no-show job. The House Oversight Committee is going to get to the bottom of this, and I yield the remainder of my time to.
Wow. So basically, Joe was virtual before virtual became a thing. Joe was a remote employee before the pandemic. What a stat! I mean, $400,000 a year for 2 years, so he makes about $800,000, and he might have held a seminar or a little gathering. He actually never walked down those lecture hall stairs and sat in front of 85 students and actually put on a class for 90 minutes or anything. And then, oh, by the way, the funding for it comes from China? I don't know about that.
I got to say this, too.
A little fishy.
I'm going to sound like a dictator when I say this, but I don't care.
Well, you are a dictator,
I
actually.
feel like...
you're more of a dictator than Trump.
Way more. I feel like we need to break up these Ivy League schools. Yeah. Honest to God, like no good
right.
comes out of it.
They have a stranglehold on
out
stupid. They really do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I gotta actually take a look at that. How many schools are in the Ivy League conference?
And it's always the people that graduate from there that end up making the decisions for us regular people.
So are you saying Matt DeSantis will eventually be brand manager here at 1210?
Oh, definitely. My days are numbered here.
But that's the shame of it, that these are, and that's why we heard the Penn students testifying yesterday. I mean, here they are in their senior year of school, and there's a piece of it where most of the professors and most of this education is wonderful and incredible and a blessing. But it
is it, though?
I think it is.
Yeah. Well, maybe if you're going to become a doctor or a lawyer, but do you go to the Ivy League to become a teacher? Probably not. Social worker.
Higher degrees. I mean, I don't know.
Well, maybe to get a doctorate's degree, but like your bachelor, like who would want to go to an Ivy League school for their bachelor unless they know that one day they're going to be making like, $400,000 or $500,000 a year? Like, I mean, you're going to be in debt out of your butt for what, like $60,000 a year?
Well, I think a lot of them get, a lot of them get financial aid in other ways, or maybe they're wealthy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think these schools, by and large, I think they are a wonderful pathway to education depending on what you want to do. So I'm not putting that down. I'm just saying that it only takes a few. Think about these professors who were in class doing this, allegedly, making anti-Semitic comments and intimidating Jewish students.
It's awful.
They should be fired.
Yeah, totally.
That's a civil... No other group that you could do that to.
Yeah. The 8 institutions of the Ivy League: Brown University, Columbia, Cornell, Dartmouth, Harvard, U-Penn, Princeton, and Yale.
Break them all up.
I agree.
What do you mean? What does that mean? Break them up.
We need
what
more,
does that mean?
We need more doers.
So you're saying break up like their collective
I don't know.
mentality?
I don't know. we need more doers and less people at Harvard and U-Penn.
You mean like
that's what we need?
These academic people that just spend their entire because if you think about it, honestly, some of those professors haven't left the campus life in 40 or 50 years.
They're all sheltered.
They start going to college and they never leave because they become professors.
Amen to that. I feel like we need more people that build stuff and do things and contribute to society rather than a bunch of, all these guys, all of these Ivy League schools seem to bring out lawyers, which we need less of, judges, which we need less of.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like, I just
why do we need judges if we're not going to put people in jail anyway? Right? We should start
and
defunding the judges
and politicians, which we also need less of.
My sister says her boss went to U-Penn and then got his MBA at Michigan. Double woke. Oh man!
But you forget. I mean, Donald J. Trump went to the Wharton Business School.
He did,
and it's an incredible. And I know people. I have friends who went to Wharton. So I think that it's known in general. A lot of these Ivy League schools, and think about the fact that they were the inventors of the RNA research, and they do a lot of medical research. So I think there is innovation that happens on these campuses. I don't want to paint with a broad brush. I'm saying that they need to do some house cleaning.
Yeah, I'm not against some of the, their doctors or, to your point, some of these researchers with science and stuff like that. But some of my biggest problem with the Ivy League is the one-way street of thought. Because we were told college is where you gain your critical thinking skills. They don't give you critical thinking skills. They don't debate anymore in college. It's either have a left-wing view or you shut the hell up. Unless you want to be pro-Hamas, then you could say death to Israel.
The problem that I have is that, yes, we do need more doctors. We do need more scientists. I'm all for that. I think that, there should be schools, medical schools, and, whatever scientist schools, whatever they're called.
Scientist schools. I want to be a scientist.
I'm all for that, but these Ivy League, Harvard and U-Penn and all that, all they seem to be are breeding grounds for this woke anti-capitalist nonsense.
I think they're a breeding ground for hate.
Yes.
Elon Musk is probably one of the most famous U of Penn alums.
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk.
I wonder if he, in all seriousness, I wonder if these guys look back, Trump, Elon Musk, and all this stuff, and really feel like their time. Yeah, because that's what you did. If you wanted to be rich and successful, you went to these Ivy League schools. I understand. But I wonder if they look back and feel like they actually gained anything from it. You know what I mean? Or if Trump and Elon Musk had bypassed all that, just gone right out of school and started innovating, because they're both brilliant guys. So started innovating and gotten a head start on it instead of wasting 4, 5, 6, whatever it is, years.
Think about the path that we were once told compared to what the path is today. So back in the 60s or 70s or 80s, it's, hey, get to an Ivy League school and make 6 figures. Now it's create a TikTok account and become a millionaire.
Let's move on to Harvard, shall we? The Harvard president, Claudine Gay.
Oh, this was epic, man. She got roasted.
Elise Stefanik grilled her about students calling for intifada on campus. She wouldn't answer the question. Cut 2, guys, go.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Dr. Gay, a Harvard student calling for the mass murder of African Americans is not protected free speech at Harvard, correct?
Thank you.
Our commitment to
It's
free
a yes
speech.
or no question. Is that corrected? Is that okay for students to call for the mass murder of African Americans at Harvard? Is that protected free speech?
Our commitment to free speech.
It's a yes or no question. Let me ask you this. You are president of Harvard, so I assume you're familiar with the term intifada, correct?
I've heard that term, yes.
And you understand that the use of the term intifada in the context of the Israeli-Arab conflict is indeed a call for violent armed resistance against the state of Israel, including violence against civilians and the genocide of Jews. Are you aware of that?
That type of hateful speech is personally abhorrent to me.
And there have been multiple marches at Harvard with students chanting, quote, there is only one solution, intifada revolution, and, quote, globalize the intifada. Is that correct?
I've heard that thoughtless, reckless, and hateful language on our campus, yes.
So based upon your testimony, you understand that this call for intifada is to commit genocide against the Jewish people in Israel and globally, correct?
I will say again, that type of hateful speech is personally abhorrent to me.
Do you believe that type of hateful speech is contrary to Harvard's code of conduct, or is it allowed at Harvard?
It is at odds with the values of Harvard.
Can you not say here that it is against the code of conduct at Harvard?
Well, they backed themselves
We embrace
into a corner.
commitment to free expression, even of views that are objectionable, offensive, hateful. It's when that speech crosses into conduct that violates our policies against bullying, harassment,
does that speech not cross that barrier? Does that speech not call for the genocide of Jews and the elimination of Israel?
When
you testify that you understand that is the definition of intifada. Is that speech according to the code of conduct or not?
We embrace a commitment to free expression and give a wide berth to free expression, even of views that are objectionable.
You and I both know that's not the case. You are aware that Harvard ranked dead last when it came to free speech. Are you not aware of that report?
Boom.
As I observed earlier, I reject that characterization.
It's the data shows it's true. And isn't it true that Harvard previously rescinded multiple offers of admissions for applicants and accepted freshmen for sharing offensive memes, racist statements?
Oh, not memes.
Sometimes as young as 16 years old. Did Harvard not rescind those offers of admission?
That long predates my time as president.
But you understand that Harvard made that decision to rescind those offers of admission.
What a dope.
Oh, the memes,
I have no reason to contradict the facts as you present them.
Correct, because it's a fact. You're also aware that a Winthrop House faculty dean was let go over who he chose to legally represent, correct? That was while you were dean.
That is an incorrect characterization of what transpired.
What's the characterization?
What a robot she is.
I'm not going to get into details about a personnel matter.
Well, let me ask you this. Will admissions offers be rescinded or any disciplinary action be taken against students or applicants who say, from the river to the sea or intifada, advocating for the murder of Jews?
As I've said, that type of hateful, reckless, offensive speech is personally abhorrent to me.
Today that no action will be taken. What action will be taken?
When speech crosses into conduct that violates our policies, including policies against bullying, harassment, or intimidation.
All right, folks, what you just listened to and witnessed was Elise Stefanik, 39-year-old Republican from New York, body-bagging Claudine Gay. That is, I thought once Lori Lightfoot left the city of Chicago as mayor and became a professor at Harvard, that she might be the most unimpressive Harvard employee until I actually heard Claudine Gay reading a prepared statement like a robot. Again, remember yesterday we were talking about Trump VP options, and I mentioned Elise Stefanik, Lake Placid, Glens Falls, New York. That was a total roast right there.
Yeah, and she's a Harvard alum, which is why, it's significant that she was doing that. And to your point, it would be different if Harvard was known for just allowing free speech.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Then they would have an argument here that, hey, anything goes, you can say whatever you want.
That was when I first saw Banks questioning U-Penn's professor about Roger Waters and all this stuff. My first thought was like, well, like people have a right to speak, and But then when I heard that they rescinded offers for this person and wouldn't allow this person to speak, and wouldn't do this, it's like, well, where's the
consistency?
Thank you.
So you can get admitted to Harvard and spew hate speech in favor of Hamas. Yet you will get denied your application over certain memes and gifs. They'll Douglas Mackey you. Is basically what they'll do.
Yeah.
And by the way, too, Elise Stefanik, Glens Falls, it's the home of Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Okay, here we go. My Lord.
And Lake Placid, great alligator movie. Remember that movie?
Nick with his facts.
You're adorable.
Nick with his facts. Okay, break up all Ivy Leagues and close the borders.
I agree.
That's what I'm running on in 2024.
Yeah, and don't let him play football anymore either. Get him out. At it with them.
All right. Before we get to Bruno, I want to move on to Trump's town hall last night in Davenport, Iowa, with Sean Hannity. This is the quote that has already been making the rounds. If you've been watching MSNBC this morning, it's like, democracy's on the ballot, democracy's on the line because of what he said here. Talking about retribution, will you have retribution, and being a dictator and all this nonsense. Cut 10, guys, go.
We almost have to go to a break. I want to go back to this one issue, though, because the media has been focused on this and attacking you. Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
for?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border, and I want to drill.
That's not retribution.
I'm going to be, you know, he keeps, we love this guy. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you were president. All right,
exactly.
Take a break. Just getting started. We're in beautiful.
And now, folks, you see why Joe has to run, because he's got to prevent Trump from becoming a dictator for a second stint.
That is, I'm telling you, that is what is going to make all the headlines today.
Mm-hmm.
That quote.
Wait, though, we have the Person of the Year, Times Person of the Year. Did you see this?
Wait, hang on.
Just announced.
Are you going to make an announcement here at 8:20?
If I think it is who it is, I'm leaving America.
All right, wait. It's so my guess was the Hollywood writers. Your guess was
my guess was the Barbie movie.
The Barbie movie.
Which
Mine was
how that could be the Person of the Year because it's a movie, but
And mine was Taylor Swift,
yes.
and I'm right.
Taylor Swift is the
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
the Time Person of the Year.
How about it?
And your thought process was brilliant about it because it's marketing. Of course, you want Swifties to buy Time Magazine. Nobody has Time Magazine. Nobody knows where to get it.
So her concert shows up in movie theaters. She shows up on my football television every week with Travis Kelce, and she signs up 35,000 new Democrats. My daughters ask for anything for Taylor Swift for Christmas. They're getting an emphatic no.
Oh, you say that like you're all tough.
I'm not.
But we know
He's
you're
not.
a softy daddy.
Very soft.
You were exhausted. You bought those tickets.
Nick, hands-on dad.
And Taylor Swift, I think, is credited.
Let's rank the dads. Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and Nick Kayal. Who's the best dad?
I think we should. You took your, wife, who you guys were kind of on the rocks there.
Yeah.
I credit Taylor Swift with reuniting, and it feels so good.
I credit myself and nobody other than myself.
Phil has a poll question up right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Taylor Swift is the Person of the Year. Are you A, okay with it, B, hate it, or C, want to leave the country now? I'm going to put in want to leave the country now.
Or D, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Well, what I was teasing in the 8 o'clock hour, the 6 o'clock hour, that I think should be making bigger headlines than him joking about being a dictator is whether he thinks, this is Donald Trump now, whether he thinks that Biden will be the nominee that he faces in 2024. Cut 10 here, Phil, go.
We almost have to go to a break. I want to go back to this one issue, though, because the media has been focused on this and attacking you under no circumstances. You are promising America tonight you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
wait. I'm sorry. We played this already. That was my fault.
Wrong clip.
You and I were talking.
Yeah, that's right.
You and I were talking, and I played the wrong clip.
Yeah, we had to get the Father of the Year in here. Tony Bruno's actually the best dad.
All right, okay. Let's start again, guys.
Okay.
Phil, I apologize for this. Cut 11, now go.
Prominent Democratic voices like Maureen Dowd and David Axelrod and Van Jones and others are so critical of Joe Biden. And, of course, he is struggling cognitively. I can't think of, in the last couple of months, any appearance that he has had where he wasn't either mumbling or bumbling or stumbling or having no clue where to go, where to exit. Now, my question is, do you think in 11 months he will be their candidate?
I personally don't think he makes it. Okay, I haven't said that. I'm saving it for this big town hall. I personally don't think he makes it. I think he's in bad shape physically. Do you remember when he said, I'd like to take him behind the barn? If he took me behind the barn and I went like this, I believe he'd fall over. But who knows? Who knows? But it was okay. And by the way, it was okay for him to say that. He said, I'd like to take him behind the... He could say that and everyone thought it was so cute. If I ever said it, they'd say, he's a dictator. He's a horrible human being. You know, it's a whole double standard we have, and not only in the law, but just about everything else, as you know very well. I personally don't think he makes it physically. I watched him at the beach. He wasn't able to lift a beach chair, which is meant for children to lift. You can lift it like that. And mentally, I would say he's possibly equally as bad and maybe worse. But I don't know. I will say this. He's got vicious people surrounding him around that beautiful Oval Office. There are people in that Oval Office that are evil people, bad people, smart people, young, vicious. They're communists, and they're bad.
Who do you think would replace him then?
Well, I saw one person on who I actually had a very good relationship with, but I'm sure that it would end very quickly. I saw him in your debate the other night, and he's slick, but he's got no facts. You know, he's got no facts. I thought he did well, considering...
You're talking about Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, considering that he didn't have the facts, I thought he did well. You know, he said, we have the lowest taxes in the country. We have the cleanest streets in the country.
So he had no facts, but he apparently did well according to Trump. So Trump does not think that Joe will make it.
That's, in my opinion, that's the thing that makes the most news.
As far as what?
Is that Trump doesn't think Biden's going to be the nominee.
I mean, I still think if Joe's breathing, he will be the guy. The Newsom thing will be interesting because you see, even though he said he didn't have any facts, Trump said he thought Newsom did well, which I think Trump has to be very careful there because he doesn't want to sit there and say Hannity or DeSantis did well because he's competing against DeSantis in theory for the primary nomination. So,
do you think so? Do you think that was his?
I mean, he doesn't want to give DeSantis any credit, so he's going to butter up a little bit for Newsom because I think he knows it. I mean, you know, if DeSantis crushed Newsom in a debate, which I think he did, and then Trump would obviously do the same thing as well. There's nobody on the left that can debate Trump. All right. Coming up next, we will get to Tony Bruno live from the great state of Florida. A lot of things to discuss with Tony Bruno, including the latest with the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, who now has allocated $1 million in his budget for potential lawsuits with the Florida State Seminoles and the College Football Playoff Committee. We'll get to that story amongst many other things, including Eagles-Cowboys week and much more with Tony Bruno. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. One of the many reasons I love working with and doing business with the Piazza Auto Group is the extensive inventory they provide, and they actually teach me about the products. Unlike Joe Biden at U-Penn not teaching anybody anything, Piazza is always educating me on some of the newest things that they have at their fingertips. And I stopped by their Hyundai of Westchester location on Route 202. This was right before Halloween. And I was introduced to the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5. What a beautiful vehicle, and it is super powerful. It's a fully electric SUV. It's the Motor Trend SUV of the year with 320 horsepower. And also a 300-mile range with the battery. You could take advantage of a complimentary home charger and up to a $600 installation credit with a purchase or lease at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester. Also, check out their location in Pottstown or shop online, piazzaautogroup.com.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly.
I would recommend QC to anybody. QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics regenerative medicine is regenerating me.
Seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
I know the Eagles' tush push will be voted on in the offseason. Instead of worrying about that, the league ought to streamline officiating. The officials are each highly qualified, but they become too much a part of the game. There are far too many flags. Why stop the game for a minor infraction that has no effect on the play? The pass interference calls are inconsistent, and there are too many stoppages where the officials meet on the field for far too long. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, this is Joe Mederich, PNC Bank Regional President. Across the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, this is the season we gather together with family, friends, and neighbors. It's a time to celebrate all we've achieved and look forward to a new beginning as another year approaches.
At PNC, it's also a time when we celebrate and thank everyone across the region for putting your trust in us. From all of us at PNC to all of you, happy holidays. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Wait a minute, baby. Stay with me a while. Said you give me life, but you never told me about the fire.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, 8:31 live here on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app, or, of course, watch us live on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. It's Wednesday. It's 8:30. That means we ship it on down to the great state of Florida, where we welcome in once again every Wednesday the great Tony Bruno. Woo! Follow him on Twitter at Tony Bruno Nation. You know, Bruno, I got to tell you, man, we were having this debate earlier, and we got into this little kerfuffle between Donald Trump and who's a good dad and who's not. I actually say Tony Bruno is the father of the year because Tony Bruno raised his sons not to be Cowboy fans, and that's good parenting.
Exactly right. Yes, and my youngest daughter, well, my only daughter, just had a birthday the other day. And Florida is not only where woke comes to die, guys. It's where I come to die. And so, I mean, let's get that straight from the outset. And Governor DeSantis, if you're going to spend $1 million to try to get FSU in the college football championship, just send me the money, and I'll do what I can, okay? Because I don't want you throwing my tax dollars away, even though there is no state income tax here. So is he really throwing away my tax dollars if I don't pay state income tax? But I do pay state sales tax, so he's throwing away my money. Listen. The college football thing is a joke. I've been saying it for years. I've been arguing with Nick and everybody else who tries to tell me how college football is the best sport in the nation. It is the most illegitimate sport in the nation. I'm not blaming the kids. It is an illegitimate. There's no other sport on earth where you have to have it's like the NBA. They start their in-season tournament in the semifinals. You know, the semifinals. That's what college football is doing. Let's play the semifinal games. Wait a minute. Where's the games to get in? Yeah. Where's the quarterfinals? We go right to the semifinals now. We don't even have time for preliminary rounds, except in baseball where you have the wild card and all. But that's sports nonsense. Right. Let's get down to the real business. By the way, there's breaking news as we speak. No. And I like to keep my eye on the wire, on the news wires. I have a teletype, a UPI teletype machine in the other room where I go in and rip off the copy and see what's the city of Philadelphia, where you guys are, where my family is, has just announced that they now, because of the situation at Macy's, which still has the greatest pipe organ on earth. Now, you've been into the Macy's store in Center City. I mean, it's one of those great Wanamaker traditional buildings. Mm-hmm. The city of Philadelphia, now, guess what they're going to do, guys? They've announced they're going to crack down on shoplifting in the city of Philadelphia now. No. It only took a guy to go in and stab two people, killing one of them. And now all of a sudden, Philly mayor, when he's not doing puff piece interviews with an Inquirer reporter about how great he was and how he doesn't want to really want to move to Argentina or wherever the hell he's going. That's how Trump was right last night about one thing and one. The media is the enemy of the people. I mean, when you have the Philadelphia Inquirer that can't even give away subscriptions, now doing puff pieces on the same day that people are getting stabbed inside the iconic Macy's Wanamaker building, and then you have people protesting on the Penn campus and morons down on Sansom Street in front of a falafel place. That's what they do. That's what they do in these cities. They react after everything goes to HELL. I was going to say something else.
Yes. No, you're totally right.
By the way, I want to get into women-on-women violence.
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, I want to talk about wrestling, like the women's division. Yeah. I want to congratulate Riley Gaines and Elise Stefanik, as you guys have been talking about. Never have two women destroyed other women like they did yesterday.
Yes, they did.
I mean, if this was a woman-on-woman tag team championship, Riley Gaines had to school a bunch of absolute lunatic women who happened to be Democrats, like AOC and this other chick from Pennsylvania, Summer Lee.
Yeah.
Summer Lee. Yeah. Did you see these people yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
First of all, Elise Stefanik had to tell the heads of 3 major universities that what they were saying was absolute nonsense. And you know how this is hitting, guys? Because the media, like Rich Eisen in sports media, Dave Portnoy of Barstool, they are all now saying, wait a minute, because they're Jewish.
Yep.
They now see all the people who are Jewish in media, and anybody who has common sense in media is seeing exactly what they want. What they want. The people in Congress are also, the women in Congress who are all Democrats are defending the right of men to go in and compete against women. And now Penn has the double whammy on them because they lionized a dude swimmer who was taking all these championships away from women, and they had to be embarrassed into talking about it. And then yesterday, the president of Penn, she got spanked, but nobody got spanked more than Claudine Gay.
Oh, yeah.
That was an embarrassment. Anybody who is Jewish, who understands anything about protesting. I remember when I would tweet, "All lives matter," and I had people coming after me like I was a terrorist on Twitter. I had friends, "Oh, I can't talk to you." But now all of a sudden, people chanting on college campuses about intifada and destroying the Jews, I don't know if that goes against our, what about if we spray paint stuff on the, I don't know if that really is any kind of vibe. It's mostly, the Inquirer the other day, mostly peaceful demonstration at the falafel place down there, Goldie's on Sansom Street. Now it has to be, if you don't tear a building down, and even if you do, like the people who set the fires at that Waffle House, they got off without any jail time.
Oh, yeah.
During the 2020 riots.
Yep.
So where's the? Just give me logic. That's all.
Yeah.
All I want to do is think logically. Forget about politics, left, right. You're seeing what's going on in the world, and I'm glad all the media people are finally waking up, because the media people are pretty much in lockstep with anything the Democrats say. And then yesterday, the Democratic women especially got absolutely destroyed. The liberals are run Penn, Harvard, and MIT. Nobody cares about MIT, though. You got to be a geek to go there. At least they know how to weld stuff, I think.
Right.
What do they do? At least they know robotics. Well, at least they actually do stuff with their hands, other than march and go out and hold signs that are given to them by some special interest group that hates Jews.
Well, Tony, what's frustrating about this the most is how the left keeps moving the goalpost on what's acceptable free speech and what's not hate speech. I mean, think about it. We're living in an upside-down bizarro world where Riley Gaines is viewed to be some sort of sinister, evil person because she's fighting for women's rights, yet you're better off. You have more rights and more protection on college campuses to hate against Jewish people than you do to defend women's rights in sports or share conservative talking points if you're a Republican. Let that sink in for a moment.
And you don't even have to be a Republican. You just have to be someone, as the great R. Kelly once said on a morning show, use your common sense. I think he said that to Gayle King. Remember that interview with R. Kelly?
Yep. Yes.
Is this camera on me? Use your common sense. And I think yesterday was one of those watershed days. Are they still watershed days? I don't know when you had Riley Gaines, an actually accomplished Olympic champion swimmer, absolutely dunking on the pool, and members of Congress went down for the 3rd time.
Yep.
But I'm sure the media is not highlighting that, and I'm sure that the testimony by the 3 Ivy League because MIT is not in the Ivy League.
Right.
They're the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They're not a college basketball championship, but that they have. Nick Kayal, I want you to know, MIT is not like an alternative college basketball or college football tournament.
Yeah.
I know you look at everything in sports ways, and
Yeah.
I'm a sports guy too, but I look at it as I know what MIT is, and that was an embarrassment.
Yeah.
Yesterday, women destroyed women. And we can all agree, nobody even asked what a woman was during all of this stuff. So not that. At least we have common ground on women taking down other women, and the women taking down the other women were politicians. Well, a politician took down Elise Stefanik. She's a politician, took down the heads of 3 major schools, and then you have Riley Gaines, a real female athlete, taking down the idiots like AOC, Summer Lee, and that one chick in Texas who was criticizing Texas and Florida for allowing deplorables in their states, and she's a congresswoman from Texas. This is how absolutely brain dead not only these representatives in Congress are, but imagine how much dumber the people that vote these people in are. See Philadelphia with Jim Kenney and all the other nitwicks that have been elected in Philadelphia for the last 60-something years.
Exactly right.
Ridiculous, man.
Tony Bruno, live from Florida, joining us as he does every Wednesday here on Kayal and Company. Let me stay with women's athletics for just a moment. So we knew this was going to happen. As soon as college sports started paying these athletes with name, image, and likeness, they call it the NIL deals, we knew that this lawsuit would happen for Title IX, and Riley Gaines is fighting for Title IX. But now Oregon women athletics are suing the university for Title IX violations over the NIL money distribution, basically alleging that the men are getting too much money. We've been talking about women's rights, and rightfully so, but this is where I have to put the foot down a little bit. It's capitalism, Tony. It's supply and demand, and it's the market. Women's athletics will never generate the money that men's athletics do. I think they're fighting a losing cause here.
I totally agree. And again, I'm for women's sports. In fact, in my studio down here in Fort Myers, Florida last week, I brought in the entire team from Florida Southwestern State College that are back-to-back national volleyball champions. And they're literally 100 yards away from my studio. So I saw, because they have, it's a beautiful campus, big campus. It's the best campus you've ever seen, as Trump would say. It is, the likes of which we've never seen before, the Florida Southwest State University. And all 14 women came in, the coach, I gave them love in the studio, because I believe that, and they're all biological women. And I didn't have to ask if any, and they're all from all over the world. There were Brazilians, Argentinians, Peruvians, even a couple of Florida chicks were down there from Duval, as they say in Jacksonville, as you know.
Yeah.
But that's women should be playing against women. Now, where I draw the line is, for example, chess. There's no advantage for a man over a woman in chess.
It's all mental.
Yeah, but yet the chess people are saying, no, they have to be biological. So chess is saying you have to be a biological male to play chess against a female. You can't be a woman. You can't be a transsexual and play against a man, which is stupid.
Yep.
Same thing with pool, billiards. But it's interesting that billiards and chess organizations don't want men playing against women, which is absolutely absurd. So you have to break it down. It's not all one size fits all, as we like to say. I don't have a problem with chess. I don't have a problem with playing pool. I mean, you get the English when you do the, do you have to be strong to play pool? No, men and women can compete on the same level. I mean, look at the black, what's her name? The Black Widow.
Yeah.
The great
competitive
bull shark.
Oh yeah.
She's a champion. She can beat any man. So that's fine. But when you get into physical sports, that's where you have to say. And the fact that Riley Gaines had to go out there and talk to these nitwits like AOC, because this is how politics is so divisive. AOC is now saying that trans women, they need to have their mental situation straightened out. If you deny them the right to go out there and beat men in their sports, that is really bad for the trans community. Why not just have trans on trans competitions? How about that?
Oh, that's what I've been saying. If there's such a demand for all of this,
I want to know who the best
league.
Trans swimmer is.
Right.
I want to know who the best compete trans on trans. How hard is that?
I know. I've been saying let's have men's sports, we'll have women's sports, and then we'll have the LGBTQ sports bracket.
Exactly.
Yep.
Now, will it be LGBTQ plus or minus? Because, you have CNN plus.
Yeah.
CNN plus became CNN minus.
Right.
And then somehow they stuck CNN on this HBO Max debacle.
That's right.
I mean, nobody wanted to see CNN live where you can put it on your TV. But, let's slip it into the HBO Max package where people don't want to see it even if they have cable.
Yep.
They don't want to see CNN. But now let's stick it in there.
TNT and TBS are both on that HBO Max package as well.
We need more outlets to watch The Big Bang Theory because they're not on enough.
So dumb.
No, but that's the bottom line, guys. It's just if you talk to me and say, hey, let's discuss this. Let's have the conversation. But the people who always say, let's have a conversation, don't want a conversation.
No.
That's the bottom line.
Tony,
it's an outrage, by the way.
I agree. Tony Bruno joining us. Speaking of pluses and minuses, I saw San Francisco -3 last week, and I jumped all over that. And I see Dallas -3 this week, and I know that I think I have this verbatim. Nobody on God's green earth hates the Dallas Cowboys more than that journalist, Tony Bruno. Tony, your thoughts? Cowboys-Eagles coming off of a bad week where they got tuned up by the Niners.
Well, you know who else got tuned up by the Niners? The Dallas Cowboys. And that's what the interesting part is of this story. Listen, nobody here is going to say, well, you know, the Eagles coulda, woulda, shoulda. They got boat raced. They got pole axed. And I don't think people use that term anymore. I mean, I know you're going all medieval, but I used to have pole axe hats. You know, because I would say when somebody beats somebody badly, and again, this is not violent speech, or is it? Am I going to get banned from my?
No, this is permitted on Penn's campus. Go right ahead.
Exactly. If you say the word pole axe, does that mean you really are going to get a pole axe and go out to Macy's and go in and do damage to a loss prevention specialist? Loss prevention specialists. That's what they call these poor people who aren't allowed to do anything in stores. Loss prevention until a guy who tries to go in there and steal hats comes back with a knife. And I don't know if you've seen it. The video has been posted now of the guy in Macy's stabbing that poor man to death. And now all of a sudden, because that video is released, now Jim Kenney and the DA all of a sudden care about customers shopping for Christmas right in the shadow of Jim Kenney and the DA office. Right there. They can look out their window and see that Macy's store. But now all of a sudden, now that they know people want to shop in Center City, or some of them do, now they got to do something because somebody got stabbed to death in Macy's. Make sense of that, please.
Yeah, well, it's the optics, Tony. Now that there's a visual, that will incite more fear, and people get more emotional when they can visualize this stuff. So, of course, Kenny has to step up and say something now because.
Well, let's get it back to the Cowboys. Let's get it back to the Eagles. As
6-1-0.
program directors used to say to us, let's get it back to the Eagles.
Yes.
The amazing thing is, I said last week, and it's documented, I thought the Eagles were going to lose to the San Francisco 49ers.
Same here.
Niners had more. They were playing better. They got more guys healthy. They have all kinds of weapons, especially on offense. And so the Eagles, when they didn't score touchdowns and had to settle for field goals, you saw it. Once they got it straightened out on San Francisco sidelines, it was an absolute slaughter. It was an annihilation. An annihilation.
Oh, wow.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
Instead of annihilation.
Yeah.
You got to find catchphrases and all these other things. That's how you become famous now. But anyway, so then, you know, I said the 49ers were going to beat the Eagles. I didn't think they were going to rout them. But then all of a sudden, the Eagles were underdogs at home. Now they go into Dallas after just being exposed, right? With their defense, their secondary, their linebacking situation's not good. Dallas Goedert now says he's going to play as many times as he wants. And to me, that was a big factor for the Eagles. Not that one guy makes a difference, but you watch with the Cowboys, they got that big Ferguson kid. And Dallas has always had that tight end that was the safety valve guy. So that when now Jalen Hurts is running around and he's playing schoolyard, that was the most incredible thing I've ever seen in an NFL game. A quarterback standing there telling a guy, no, go this way, go that way.
Yeah.
And why was he in the game anyway late in the game? But that's already been, that's water over the bridge, as somebody said.
Yeah.
Who was it that said that?
I don't recall, but I just remember
somebody on TV said that's water over the bridge. I don't know who it was.
I think that was Miguel Cardona. Oh no, he botched Ronald Reagan.
That was the 9 words are we're here from the government and we're here to screw you, which are weird. Anyway, let's get it back to the Eagles again.
Yeah.
So you're thinking San Francisco destroyed the Eagles in Philly. They destroyed the Cowboys earlier. So the Eagles have to be big-time underdogs in Dallas, right?
But they're not.
Eagles look terrible. Dallas is playing great. You know, Dak Prescott's the MVP. Oh, no. Brock Purdy's the MVP. Oh, no. This guy's the MVP. Who cares who the MVP is? Do you care as a fan who the MVP?
No, I want the Lombardi.
Joel Embiid was the MVP. They couldn't get out of the second round. The only people who care about MVPs are the people who vote on it and fans at home who think it's important that their team has the MVP of the league playing for it. Get out of the second round. Dallas hasn't been in the finals. And by the way, I will have Michael Irvin on my show tomorrow.
No.
You want to talk about, going tete-a-tete, head-to-head, belly-to-belly, whatever you want, going back behind the store, like Trump said last night. You want to go behind the woodshed. Michael Irvin and I will go behind the woodshed and settle this once and for all. Who hates the Dallas Cowboys more than Tony Bruno? Stephen A. Smith says he does, but he's stealing my act.
Yep.
And that's okay. He can do it. But Michael Irvin and I will break it down tomorrow on the Tony Bruno Sports Network. And by the way, I don't know where, not only do I not know where News Nation is, I know where Bruno Nation is. And you can follow me on Twitter at Bruno, Tony Bruno Nation. And that one you can find. And the Tony Bruno Sports Network you can find on all your favorite apps.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's simple. You have to keep it simple.
You're-
Newsmax?
You got to download.
Is anything? That's News Nation, not Newsmax, right?
You got to download the Tony Bruno Nation app. It's very cool, and you guys put a lot of good content.
It's easier to
No,
find
it's
than
Tony
News
Bruno
Nation.
Sports Network. Not
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate the love.
Yeah.
And the what's it called?
Gassing up.
The drip, the Riz,
the drip,
the drip, and the Riz. By the way, do you see Riz is now the word of the year? R-I-Z-Z.
Yeah.
Now I know Dawn's into all of this stuff. You know, Taylor Swift, the person of the year time. Riz was named the best word of the year, and Taylor Swiftie was in that too. So Taylor Swift got screwed over in the Oxford, not the Oxford Dictionary, some Oxford company.
Yeah.
I think they make shoes. And they have the word of the year, and it's Riz, R-I-Z-Z.
For
So I
charisma.
broke that down yesterday. Do you know, Dawn, have you heard the word Riz?
Yeah, for charisma.
Yeah. So instead of charisma, but this isn't the Urban Dictionary, because the Urban Dictionary, you know, that's cool because it's how people talk in real life.
Mm-hmm.
But Riz is now the word of the year. The last year's word of the year, I hadn't heard of either. Does that mean I'm too old? You know, because I know drip. I know what drip is.
Well, Tony, when I was talking with my girls on Thanksgiving, they told me that I slay.
Oh, well, you do slay every day.
Yeah.
I mean, the ratings show it.
That's a given. I'm like, what do you mean I slay? They're like, Dad, you slay. I'm like, I had no idea what the hell she was talking about.
Not Darius Slay. I mean, he had a rough time against those San Francisco 49ers to get it back to the Eagles.
Darius Slay.
Darius Slay.
Wow.
Not who's some of the other famous slays? Well, Santa Slay.
Santa
How about
Slay?
Santa Slay, damn it?
Slayer.
Slayer.
Oh, love Slayer.
Slayer.
Can I play a block of Slayer later on?
Oh,
I didn't even
please.
kiss her.
My God, I would love to.
All right, Bruno, last one for you. This is right in your wheelhouse. We talked earlier about free speech, and Ted Cruz now has to hotline his bill to save AM radio. You began your career on AM radio. Speaking of slaying, the car manufacturers and the government, they're trying to slay all these and slash all these radios out of cars so you can't get stations like 1210 anymore. Your thoughts on that?
It's an outrage. I mean, I'm mad that they don't have, you know, I still have my 7 CD changer that I had in the trunk of my car from back in the day. I still have my 8-track. I think we need DVDs, cassette tapes. You know, everything's technology now. I want all these car companies to have AM, FM, satellite radio, you know, obviously internet. You don't have to pay for, you have to pay for satellite radio, but you don't have to pay for my show or anything that's on an app.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the same thing with the Odyssey app. You don't have to pay for that, and all cars will have that. So why take out the AM radio? Why? Why take it out? So you have everything. And I think there should also be an optional DVD, CD, cassette, and of course, who didn't have one of those? You know, you put like 12 DVDs or CDs in the back in the trunk.
Oh, yeah.
And then you'd hit that little button. Even Dawn had one of those, I'm sure.
Shuffle button.
Dawn and Larry were driving around.
Bumping.
You know, through Philly. They go up to the 61st Street Drive-In. They're near the old junkyard.
Slaying with a lot of drip.
Oh, a lot of drip. And then they're... and then, you know, hey, put the Barry Manilow disc. Slide the Barry Manilow disc in there.
Manilow.
This is so good.
Wow. And then Copacabana would come on. And Larry and Dawn, I could see them in the car. Bouncing through Southwest Philadelphia, Drexel Hill, and vicinity. Philadelphia and vicinity. Does anybody say that anymore?
It's the Philadelphia adjacent, I believe, Tony. I think it's the terminology.
No, back in the day, they would say, here's the weather forecast for Philadelphia and vicinity. Vicinity is gone. Whatever happened to vicinity? That's what I want to know.
They say
we got to bring vicinity back.
They say Delaware Valley, right?
Yeah, the tri-state area. Yeah. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. That's what they say at KYW. Do they still say that at KYW?
No. I'm too busy trying to beat them.
And by the way, who goes to Cape Henlopen anymore? Remember the weather forecast from Cape Henlopen? But I heard your forecast, Dawn. It's like we're going to have a hurricane this weekend or 50 mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
At least the Eagles are out of town for 2 weeks.
Thank
So
goodness.
we don't have to worry about people sitting in rain again on a Sunday.
Well, unless that
As we get it
Alberta,
back to the Eagles.
unless the Alberta Clipper hits Dallas, I don't know.
Yeah.
Alberta Clippers, yes.
Yeah.
I bought a pair of those on Amazon. No, I think Temu had them. Temu had them for $1.68 only for your first-time users.
Beautiful.
Have you been on Temu?
No, I have not. Have you?
Yeah, I buy stuff on Temu.
There you go.
And it's good stuff. Well, it's okay. It looks are deceiving. But my advice is if you're going to shop at home. Don't shoplift in Center City.
Right.
And shop local. And shop right.
That's
and
right.
the can sales coming up. Don't forget to stock up for when we have that 1 inch of snow in Philadelphia, and everybody will be running out. So go out now before the weather gets bad. Get the toilet paper, get the bread, milk, and eggs, and then invite me over when you're making French toast or pancakes, which everybody seems to be doing once weather gets cold. And it is cold.
Right.
Not here, though. It's down into the 60s, but it was 75 every single day this week. That's why everybody's moving here to Southwest Florida.
How'd that crabbing expedition go yesterday?
I didn't check it this morning, but before I left for my show yesterday, I pulled up the crab trap. 3 beautiful, gigantic blue claw crabs.
What?
Baby.
Yeah.
There will be crabs. You talk about the 7 fishes. I'll be having 7 different crab dips. I'll do a crab imperial. I'll do crab cakes. I'll do crab omelets. I'll do crab croquets. I'll do crab. Remember the scene? What was the one in Shrimp?
Forrest Gump.
We got boiled shrimp. We got fried shrimp.
Bubba
We
gum.
got shrimp etouffee. We got shrimp scampi. We got, you can do a million different. So forget the 12 fishes, the 7 fishes. It's actually going to be down to 4 fishes thanks to Bidenomics. People can't afford 7 fishes anymore. So they're going to have to cut back and do 4 fishes. How many fishes? 4.
Exactly.
How many times you're going to pass the fish plate around? 4.
Yep.
On the 7. Now, Dawn, do you still do 7 fishes?
Yes, always.
Wow.
And Dom Giordano.
Oh, yeah.
Does he still do the dinner?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Does Zioli do it as well?
I don't know.
Probably.
All right.
He's a
By
great
the way,
chef.
is the Zioli Army going to be on News Nation too? Because you got the nations, you got the armies. I mean, you got
a good
News
point.
Nation,
It's a
News
good-
Max,
it's a good point.
Newsy News, fake news. There should be a channel that calls itself fake news.
I agree.
If you wanted to come up with something, even
Hysterical.
like fake news, and then just put like the Babylon Bee on there, and then the Onion, and have them just put their stories up every day, and it will be more realistic than anything that you see from the so-called legitimate media. And by the way, what are we going to do now? I'm seeing in the media, speaking of it, the Washington Post is threatening, their writers are threatening to walk off the job tomorrow.
No.
How will we survive without the Washington Post?
Oh,
That's
man.
what I wanna know.
WAPO.
So they're threatening to leave what? If Trump gets reelected, are they joining
No, they're
that club
threatening
too?
to leave tomorrow if Bezos, the richest man in the world who they work for, doesn't give them more damn money.
Yeah, okay. Very good.
Who needs the Washington Post? I need Amazon Prime.
Damn right.
I need Amazon Prime Video so I can watch that great game tomorrow night between the New England Patriots and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, my God.
The quarterbacks. That's the prime game.
Yeah.
That game should be like, like when you used to go into department stores. What was the one from Allentown? Boscov's.
Yeah,
And you would go
Boscov's.
into the bargain cave
And
in
the
the back of the
Bon-Ton.
store.
Yeah,
The bargain cave in the back of Boscov's.
Hess's.
And you would go, that's what that Thursday night game's going to Al Michaels is going to be too bored. Even his partner, who hates FSU on the Thursday night football game,
It's Herb Street.
Herb Street,
Yeah.
even they're going to start talking about the BCS tomorrow night or the college football playoffs because that game, that shows you that Prime, as powerful as Amazon is, they cannot get rid of that game, Patriots and Steelers on Thursday Night Football this week. And we've had some good ones, but all of a sudden they got to throw in another stinker for you. That's a good time to go out and do some shopping.
Exactly.
And go to Macy's and support local businesses and people who are trying to keep their jobs without getting killed.
Or just
it's an absolute disgrace.
Or just stay home like I will and bet the under.
It's a sin.
All right, you got anything else, Bruno? Anything else you want to get off your chest?
I can't. Let me see. I got some. No, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think we
women
covered it
on
all.
women. I think yesterday was a great day for real women.
Yes.
Over women who claim to be real women who are running our country, our sports, and everything, and our universities into the toilet.
Yes, I
Bad
agree.
day for education. Bad day for Democrats. all over the entire nation, including Congress and including academia.
Yeah, there he is.
Exactly.
Speaking of real women, we
Shame
have
on
to
you,
get to
Penn.
Dawn.
Yeah.
Shame on you, Penn.
I gotta get to Dawn Stenzel. We gotta go.
Shame.
Go get your crabs, all right?
I'm going to go out there and check the crab trap. I'll post a video on the latest on the haul. I'll have Captain Sig Hansen from the Northwestern saying, I want the crab count. I want it set. I want it now.
All right.
What I want for Christmas. Crab cakes, baby.
Tony
crab
Bruno, live from Florida. Great stuff as always.
Love you,
And
Tony.
Some more great
Love
stuff
you guys.
right now with Dawn
Ho,
Stenzel.
ho, ho.
Love you back. Ho, ho, ho. We gotta make sure you're feeling good through the next year, right? I don't want you to go through another year with that awful joint pain. Just call QC Kinetics. Call QC Kinetics now, would you? Make 2024 the year you are back. You are back, baby, to live in that normal life. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They're the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and these are all natural treatments that actually repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the country and here, of course, people who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, who were able to get lasting relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So if you're suffering in pain from that, maybe an old injury or maybe pain associated with some kind of arthritis, you need to check this out. The future of medicine, it's here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now, and you can get the most out of 2024. Get back to doing what you love. And don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Just call them today, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Cento.
Big lasagna, manicotti, clam sauce with linguine, chicken parmigiana, and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, perciatelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old-world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Cento. Cento, for taste that sings. Cento, trust your family with our family.
Did you know the Philadelphia Eagles dentist is in your backyard? Starting their 3rd season with the Birds. Advanced Oral Dynamics, located on Moravian Avenue. is the official dentist for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they would love to care for you. The all-pro team of doctors D and Patel provide advanced and compassionate care and are in-network with most major insurances. No insurance? No problem. They can help with their in-house care plan that will provide affordable care and keep you smiling like our birds. Go to oraldynamics.com to schedule today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Dennis on Eagle Road in Evertown, Saturday, January 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
You always won every time you placed a bet.
Kayal and Company, baby. 9:05. Fourth and final hour here on this Wednesday morning. Fourth and final primary debate tonight. News Nation, if you can find it on your TV. If not, it's on the CW. They'll be preempting Gilmore Girls. Or Seventh Heaven, or whatever the hell they air. For Megyn Kelly and a few other people, and 4 people that are just wasting their time. So we will have a big take on that tomorrow. Also, probably won't have time to get to the 2 school stories that I wanted to get to today. One of which basically tells you the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, is basically dead. We'll save that for tomorrow. I do want to get in this Montgomery County mail-in ballot story, since that's local and will certainly resonate with this audience. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Morning Mystery Movie Clip at 9:20. We've got a ton of audio for part due of the cut sheet. And I think Tony Bruno is still actually talking right now in Florida. He's just not on the radio. He's like Randy Weingart. Remember when Randy was yelling for 3 straight days?
Yep.
And we kept checking in with her? We don't need to keep just randomly checking into the line down in Florida to see if Tony Bruno is still yelling. So that was good stuff from Bruno, and we always appreciate Tony on Wednesdays. But let's get to, because we didn't get one in the 8 o'clock hour, so we are certainly due for one now. 9:07 on this Wednesday morning. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Consumer Cellular this morning. So it looks like the Macy's in Philadelphia, the scene of a murder there, which is still under investigation as far as they do have a suspect in custody that we've talked a lot about. But the Macy's reopening, and this as city leaders focus on retail theft, because, of course, this is getting national attention. DA Larry Krasner asking for more money. So saying he needs more money to fight the retail theft. That was one of the points of his big news conference yesterday. So this morning we've debated good and bad dads on Kayal and Company. Will a local son be slapping his famous father in the face? Well, it looks like embattled Senator Bob Menendez, so-called Gold Star Bob, lost political support of his own son.
Wow.
Wow.
Woo.
That's huge news.
This is Representative Robert J. Menendez of New Jersey. This is the son. He's a New Jersey Democrat, and he was elected to Congress in New Jersey largely because of his dad's, power, influence, etc. And so the deal is that the New Jersey Globe is reporting the younger Menendez is going to endorse Tammy Murphy.
Wow, man.
Wow.
Phil's better half.
Yes, Phil's better half.
Or worse half,
Or worse,
actually,
depending on how you look at it.
And Gold Star Bob's chief rival, obviously, in the battle for U.S. Senate, as Menendez is obviously, he's been charged with all these different crimes, and there are many accusations. We've talked about the fact that many are calling for him to resign. He says he's innocent. He's not resigning. but his son says, looks like he's going to endorse one Tammy Murphy.
How do you think that conversation goes? Like, you jump on FaceTime with Pops and you're like, Dad, I'm going in a different direction. I've seen those gold bars before. I've seen it. I've seen him in the bathrobe. I've seen you in the bathrobe. I'm going Tammy.
Yeah.
I know Thanksgiving will be awkward, but I got to go separate way.
Sorry.
I love it. This is the best story. We also have number 3, because we already talked about Taylor Swift this morning. So I'm going to boot Taylor Swift, the Time Person of the Year, and I'm going to put in this story. We've talked a lot about Central Bucks and the fact that they had a change of the guard officially, if you will, as they had a new school board. This is Central Bucks School District. Their new, school board sworn in, Democrat control now. But Karen Smith is gaining attention as she was chosen as the president of the new Democrat-led board, and this happened this week. She wanted to make a gesture of sorts. So normally when somebody's sworn in, they, put their hand on the Bible and they're sworn in. But she said, I'm not really a religious person. So she was not sworn in on a Bible, but rather a stack of 6 books that she says had been banned in Bucks County. Yes. And the books, are books that the 6 books are books that are all about, I think Senator Kennedy, you have him reading some of them, all about trans and this and that, and some sexual, nature in the and graphic elements in these books.
Okay, so Democrats staying on brand here.
So she was sworn in on these 6 books that had been banned in Bucks.
That's charming. Sticking your hand over a book full of stuff that kids shouldn't be seeing in a library.
Can I ask you guys a question? The whole thing with these books in libraries, if you're an author, do you want your book in a library or do you want people to buy it?
That's a good point, right? It kind of cuts into your profit, right?
If I'm an author and they were like, we're going to take this book out of the library, it's like, good, I don't want people reading it for free. I want them to buy it.
But, I mean, somebody had to purchase the book to begin with, though, so wouldn't the author have made the money one way or the other?
On one book, but then there's going to be 15 kids that are going to read that book
true.
or whatever.
Yeah. It's the community book. Everybody reads the book.
Yeah. I don't think I don't think authors should want their books in libraries.
No, they shouldn't want me around magazine stands then, because I just go around and read them and never buy them.
You're one of those guys.
I'm like Al Bundy, who won't buy the Biggins magazine. He just looks at it at the newsstand and puts it back.
Another reference.
Next week, Greg.
Nobody
understands. A little short this week.
Well, normally I would, try to read you some excerpts from these books, like Flamer by Mike Curato, Flamer, or All Boys Aren't Blue by George Johnson, the young adult memoir about growing up black and queer, which does have sexually explicit passages that even Karen Smith called intense. Normally, I would just read you some passages of these books that she was sworn in on, but we would be fined by the FCC if I read some of the passages.
It's okay for 9th graders to read it. Got it.
Dawn has an amazing point that I make here all the time, is that we have to talk like we're 3-year-olds on the radio to a show that's garnered for adults.
Right, but 7-year-olds can read about.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. The hypocrisy never ends, honestly. It really is amazing.
For my last broadcast here.
You're just going to go off?
I'm just going to go off.
Me too. Of course, most hosts never know when it's their last broadcast. But that's an inside thing.
Oh, no, we all know. We are sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Consumer Cellular offering the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Kayal and Company, Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up at 9:20 is our morning mystery movie clip. We also have part 2 of the cut sheet. In between somewhere there in some of those elements and segments, I do want to get to this mail-in controversy that happened in Montgomery County. So we'll carve out 3 or 4 minutes for that, because I think people need to know about this. And it certainly matters to some of you if you live in Montgomery County. So we will do that. Quick break. We'll come back. We'll get to the morning mystery movie clip as we continue. Action-packed Wednesday edition of Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Wawa. All right, so you got 2 great ways that are going to make shopping more efficient this holiday season. we're all pressed for time, right? Everybody's looking for efficiency in this day and age, especially the Gen Zers that work 9 to 5. They have no time for anything else. So all the Gen Zers that are listening, all right, first of all, if you're shopping from home or maybe the home office and you don't want to tell your boss, it's cold out, so just go get a Wawa gift card. Do it digitally. It's an easy way to send it near or far. You just visit wawa.com. You can pick up one of the festive card designs that are on the website. There's a bunch of them to choose from. You can enter your card amount and then write a message. And you can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in your inbox instantly or schedule it to arrive at just the right moment. Buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody you love. Or if you can actually work a 9 to 5 and then go about and, hustle and bustle and run some errands, stop by your local Wawa location today where you'll find gift cards right at the front counter for the Wawa fan in your life. And for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox, grab one for your boss or your favorite aunt or uncle and make anyone's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free, barely there, naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a barely there feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best-selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Immerse yourself in premium nationwide coverage, contract-free plans, and always-free activation with Consumer Cellular, now at your local Target. While you're there, check out our newest phone, the Iris Flip. It's all the phone and camera you need, plus it features a user-friendly design, making it the perfect flip phone. From now to December 16th, you can score $10 off when you buy the Consumer Cellular Iris Flip at Target, making it only $39.99. Visit your nearest Target for the full scoop.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries, got them. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There's so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? Maybe it's the tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
There's a chill in the air, and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season truly a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. The 2024 Lexus are arriving daily. They have over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Stop in and see Tony Labello and his team, or visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 921. Wednesday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. The free Odyssey app, live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Coming up still this morning, Cut Sheet Part 2. Also, what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who on Twitter and YouTube today. But before we get to all of that and this Montgomery County mail-in ballot story, we get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I could go on forever, baby. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but I'm afraid you're mistaken. We're looking for a young man.
All right. I believe you. But my Tommy gun don't. Get down on your knees and tell me you love me.
On your knees? I love you.
You gotta do better than that.
I love you.
Maybe I'm off my hinges.
But I believe you.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, come on. If you don't know that, my God. You should be out of America. You lose your citizenship status if you don't know this movie. 855-839-1210. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. You will get a $50 gift card to Wendy's if you can identify that movie clip from the year 1992. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. We'll see if we get our winner coming up after our next break. But I do want to spend a couple of minutes here on this mail-in controversy that happened right in Montgomery County. I've seen the signs all throughout, and I don't even know how you pronounce the person's last name, but Democrat Kofi Osei, O-S-E-I, has officially won the Toa-Minson Township Board of Supervisors race. Is that how you say it? Toa-Minson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like how?
I always say Toa. I drive by it all the time anyway. So they won the Board of Supervisors race for Montgomery County's 2023 election, and the results were finally certified without any further delays or challenges. But what happened was interesting. So Osai had tied incumbent Republican Rich Marino in the race, as each had exactly 3,035 votes. So Osai then won a random drawing to break the tie. The results were not challenged within the mandatory 5-day waiting period, and the county then certified the entirety of its results on Monday. So Marino had led by 4 votes before a federal court ruling was handed down that required all of the mail-in ballots that were undated or had incorrect dates on them to be counted. A total of 349 ballots across the county were impacted, with Marino getting 1 additional vote and Osai getting 5 additional votes. You know, it's amazing to me, and there's a little bit more to this as well. Why is it that Democrats always either don't date it properly or don't put a date on it at all? I never hear about a Republican that doesn't write September 5th on it instead of September 4th, or just forgets to write that. And I'm not calling shenanigans, but like, if you are genuinely making these mistakes, why is it that Democrats always seem to do that? It seems like a pretty simple concept, right? You put your name on things, you put a date on it, you sign something. These are basic standard operating procedure protocols in society beyond just elections. That's always been fascinating to me. Marino, who did not issue a statement on the final results, but did make it clear that he did not agree with the court ruling, saying, quote, "No one wants to exclude anyone from voting, but for the public to have confidence in our election outcomes, there needs to be established procedures that are followed uniformly." So you can't accurately date something or date it at all. My rule, Dawn, and I don't know how you feel, if you can't put a date on it, it's out. Like, I don't care if it's Republican. I don't care if it's Democrat. I wish there was a way you wouldn't even be able to look at to see who the person's name is or what party they're voting for. If the date is not on there, it goes in the trash can. I think that's a simple solution, regardless of politics, partisan stuff aside.
Yeah, there's so many questions that we have, but to me, this is crazy that ultimately they're saying it was a tie. So by law, and this is a crazy law, they have to draw lots.
Yeah.
So literally, it's like, okay, it's a tie. This is like we're children in school.
Yeah, exactly.
And so Marino drew number 28, Osai drew number 15, thus Osai won.
It's unbelievable.
Like, I had to reread that after you said it, because I'm like, wait, this can't be right. Why don't they just do a coin toss?
I know.
At that point.
Like overtime in the NFL.
Yep.
We'll flip a coin.
Yep.
Sudden death. He described the court's logic as the same as following residents who showed up to the polls late to vote, saying procedures matter. And that's my point. What's the point of having rules and procedures if we're not going to follow them? And so I just saw this story, and we got this last night, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me with this. And this is why people have doubts, and this is why people call nonsense and call BS. And we've got tiebreaker rules that are basically the equivalent of 2 fifth graders in an elementary school.
Is this a local rule?
It's a local rule that
Okay.
it's Act 77, by the way, that was passed in 2019.
Ah, interesting.
So
what brainiac came up with this
right,
idea?
This is idiotic.
So this could play into the presidential election too,
Yeah,
could it
there's
not?
Of course.
Totally, yeah. Moving forward. I mean,
It's election code.
Can you imagine?
I'm telling you, man.
It's all in the election code.
Draw straws.
This is nuts.
Yeah.
And by the way, let us not forget, and I know that there's a lot of back and forth about this, but let us not forget that all this mail-in stuff happened under the Republicans' watch in Pennsylvania.
Good point.
And so they had said, well, we were trying to change it, and they basically what they said was they tricked us. So they outsmarted us. That's the bottom line on this in Pennsylvania, in my humble opinion, is that the Democrats saw an opportunity here. And I'm not saying anything nefarious. I'm simply saying the Democrats knew the mail-in ballots, and if they loosened up some of this stuff, that it would be to their great advantage.
There you go.
They need to, like when you do the old punch-in in a job? Did you ever do that?
The old card.
Yep.
Drop
The
it in
card?
machine.
Why don't they do that? Instead of you writing the date, since apparently a lot of people don't know what day it is.
No, they don't.
Why don't they have you do, or even if it's a mail-in, next to the mail-in thing, you have to time and date stamp it right there and then put it in the box.
What happened to the runoff vote if there's a tie?
Well, that I don't know.
There were lawyers arguing about this. I know that one of the Gale brothers he's an outgoing commissioner. He had actually voted against this whole thing, just saying, let's just listen to the lawyers and let them figure out a better way than just say, pick a number.
Let them have a duel. Pull out the
I would
do it way back in the day.
Amen.
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
I agree. All right, let me grab John in Percy. He's our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. John, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you, sir?
Good morning. Home Alone 2.
That is correct. Yes, Angels with Filthy Souls Part 2 in that movie right there. John, congratulations. You got the $50 gift card to Wendy's.
All right. Thank you so much. You guys have a Merry Christmas.
You too. Christmas. And, John, it's offensive to say Merry Christmas. You have to say Happy Holidays before somebody gets offended. All right. Coming up. Yeah, right. Coming up next, we will get to what's on the cut sheet Part 2 as Stocker's got a lot of good audio to wrap up a Wednesday show here on Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, we're talking about delicious food and also great holiday gifts to send somebody, care packages. Why not show them the way you love them with What-A-Crock? They're delicious, ready-made meals. I've talked about this before. You know, if you're a busy parent like me or you're just plain busy and you want some easy meals, you're going to love What-A-Crock. You got to try it. I put a meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day. And by the way, last night I had that school meeting. I didn't get home till 9 o'clock last night. So What-A-Crock, lifesaver, total lifesaver, because you come home and dinner is simmering. It's just waiting, and it's delicious, hearty, and healthy. And unlike most of these so-called meal kit companies, those are not for me because there's so much prep. There is zero prep required at What-A-Crock, and that's what I love about it as well. Cleanup is a breeze. It's literally as simple as dropping that meal into your slow cooker, and boom, dinner is done. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu, more than 50 meals you can try from the classics, and I love some of the old classics, and they have all different kinds of chili, by the way, whether it's a vegetarian chili or more hearty meat-based chili. The old-fashioned pot roast is delicious, just like Grandma made, or chicken Alfredo. And then some of the newer favorites, the stuffed chicken parm meatballs, that's David's favorite, or the honey garlic chicken with all those vegetables. No subscription is required, no commitment required to order. You just order exactly what you want whenever you want it. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. And if you've tried What-A-Crock before, you'll know how much of a lifesaver their dinners really are. Just order now. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's natural supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health-boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Could you be the person who gives a kid their forever family? Across Pennsylvania, kids in foster care are waiting for a family of their own.
My name's Keyshawn, I'm 17, and I want a family that will love me for me. I'm tired of moving, and I'm ready to accept someone in my life to have them as my forever family.
Meet the kids and learn how you can become a foster or adoptive parent. To learn more, visit adoptpakids.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Is your home in need of new windows and doors, but you've decided to brave through one more cold season before making the plunge? Well, let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the end-of-the-year sale from the great people at Guida Door and Window. Guida is bringing back their biggest discounts of the year. Receive 40% off each window you buy. Yes, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money, because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st, so call Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Girl, you really got me now. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing.
9:35, Kayal and company here on a Wednesday morning. The Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock. We will find out what she has lined up in just about 15 minutes. Also, who won Twitter and YouTube today? Fourth primary debate tonight. We'll have thoughts and reaction to that tomorrow. And could be another very interesting day today on Capitol Hill. A lot of stuff developing yesterday. All sorts of debates and non-answers coming out. Very interesting stuff. So we got a lot to get to. We got a lot of good audio. So let's not waste any more time. Without further ado, it's time for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's in the Country Part 2, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. You know what's funny, Nick, Dawn? I love Wednesdays when Tony Bruno comes on.
Yeah.
But, like, today of all days, I had, like, pages and pages and pages worth of cut sheet stuff. So, we get to what we can, and then whatever we don't get to, Dawn gets to, and then Dom, and then Rich, and so on and so forth. We played some clips of Trump on with Hannity last night for the town hall in Davenport, Iowa. I want to play one more that I didn't get to. This is Trump discussing the double standard in the media of how they cover Joe Biden as opposed to him. I'm going to go to cut 12 here. Phil, go.
We have a man that can't put 2 sentences together. We have a man that doesn't know he's alive. And he's backed up by the media. The biggest problem we have, the media. The media is fake. I came up with the term a long time ago, and they won't talk about it. And let me ask you this. If I did some of the things that he did, they'd reinstitute the death penalty. Okay? They don't want to talk about it. When he gets paid $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife, when I brought it up at a debate, and Chris Wallace was moderating. How's he doing, by the way? Not too good. Chris Wallace. Whatever happened to Chris Wallace? And I said, why is he getting $3.5 million? I want to ask him that question. And Chris Wallace interceded because Joe didn't know he was alive. And so Chris Wallace interceded, and he said, you shouldn't be asking that. And now it's a big subject, and I talked about it literally 3 years ago. But why does all this money come in from China? You know, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs from China. We gave the farmers, by the way, $28 billion. That's why I say I'm going to win Iowa. I had my people say, please, sir, don't keep saying you're going to win Iowa. You sound so really horrible. Crass. Somebody said crass. I said, but it's true. We're going to win Iowa. I gave the farmers $28 billion, and I got it from China. Who else could do that? Who else would be able to do it? Number one, who else would think about it? I think about it because the farmers were hurt very badly by China for many years. And I asked our Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue, I said, Sonny, how much damage has been done over the past 7 years, 8 years? He came back, $28 billion. I said, I'm getting it from China, and I got it. And I told the farmers, go out and buy more land and go out and buy bigger tractors, right? You remember that? And I said, I'm going to win Iowa because nobody else is going to be able to do that.
You know, I want to comment on what he said about the media and the fake news media. The mainstream media doesn't care if Nick Kayal thinks it's fake or if Bob in Perkiomen thinks it's fake. But the reason they despise Trump so much is that Trump says it. Trump says the quiet part out loud, and Trump has the platform, the cachet, and the pedigree that it carries such substantial weight. And from a guy, and this is coming from a guy who used to be, as Dawn, you mentioned, he was a mainstream media darling. And now he's smashing the entire industry that used to bow down at his feet and have him on their shows and have him make a cameo in Home Alone 2 and host The Apprentice on NBC. And he just nuked their entire industry. That's why they hate him.
What is going to happen when Trump wins Iowa? Then what happens to DeSantis and all? Like, do they still keep going? I made the prediction that DeSantis is out after Iowa.
Right. Well, and they've been advertising like it's such a big thing to win Iowa when we know it's not.
It's not.
So here's the thing, since it's not, and if you don't win the big Iowa like you claim if you're DeSantis, then you do have to drop out, right? Because you lost what you claimed was so important.
Yep.
I mean, DeSantis keeps saying that he thinks he's going to win Iowa. But you heard Trump last night on Hannity. That's why he's saying, I'll be back in Iowa. And he gave his whole schedule, to the audience. So Trump is very focused on Iowa. And so but I don't know, with Trump so far ahead, it just, to your point, if DeSantis just gets walloped, then I think Greg's right. I think he gets out. And, Chris Christie, I don't know why, he's hanging on by a thread to even get in.
Chris Christie.
Why does I think Chris Christie just loves.
He does.
He loves himself of himself. He likes to hear himself talk.
He's in there as a spoiler. That's all he is, really, just as a giant smelly turd in the punch bowl.
He's a thorn in Trump's side. He's the fly in the ointment. Yeah, you're right. He is.
The other turd in the punch bowl is Liz Cheney.
Oh God!
By the way, she was on with Maddow the other night. Got 3 million viewers. Beating Hannity.
Yeah.
I think that just shows you how much Hannity sucks. But that's just my opinion. Anyway.
Wait, so you don't have him doing 3 to 6 anymore on 1210?
No. I have a much more successful show in there.
Yes, you do.
Liz Cheney was on with Anderson Cooper. This was the counter programming last night for Trump's town hall. I wonder what the ratings are for CNN. She says she's considering to run in 2024 if her votes would take away from Trump's.
Oh, yes.
So she's literally, you said, saying the quiet part out loud. She's saying the quiet part out loud that I'm just in there to be a spoiler if I would run.
Okay.
Cut 13, guys, go.
The House.
According to a poll report, President Biden praised what he called your powerful voice at a fundraiser in Boston today. He also said that if Trump wasn't running, I'm not sure I'd be running. That was a quote. You haven't ruled out a third-party run. You've also said that you're not going to do anything that would help Donald Trump. If you were to determine that your candidacy would take more votes away from Trump than it would from Biden, would that be a catalyst to get into the race?
I'm going to look at this over the next couple of months through the lens of how do we stop Donald Trump. And on some level, it's not about me. It's not about what I'm going to do or not do. I look at it very much from the perspective of right now, absolutely we have to keep our eye on the goal of stopping him. I think there's a huge amount of work to be done after this election cycle, whether it's rebuilding the Republican Party, which increasingly looks like, maybe an impossible task, or helping to begin a new party that's very focused on what the Republican Party used to stand for before this cult of personality. But right now and in this election cycle, I'll do whatever I have to do to make sure Donald Trump's not elected.
How concerned are you about third-party candidates who are out there already? Or, you've got,
Yeah. Look, I think that, we're at a moment where the possibility of a third-party run is more something that we have to consider more than we ever have before because of the threat that Trump poses. But I also think we have to ensure that at some point we're unified against him. And it goes back to what we were talking about before, that it can't be a partisan issue. It has to be a situation where we say, I don't care what your view is on this issue or that issue or whatever the big policy issue is. If you care about the Constitution and you're going to defend it, we have to work and vote together for that.
So Liz Cheney's more committed to stopping Donald Trump than the Eagles were to stopping the 49ers ground game on Sunday, which is fascinating. I have my Trump derangement syndrome power rankings. I just wrote them down. Here's your top 5. Liz Cheney 1, Hillary Clinton 2, my mother-in-law 3, Joy Behar 4, and Joy Reid 5.
By the way, if Trump is the turd in the punch bowl, Liz Cheney is the nugget.
Yeah. And, Trump said Joe doesn't know that he's alive. The nugget. I am not a nugget.
It just won't flush.
No, it doesn't.
Try and flush it. Just won't go down.
If Biden
I thought you meant the nugget. Like
No. That's all
hanging on the dog's back
that's all
end.
I can say. That's all I can say without getting.
Buddy's nugget.
Oh,
that's all I can
you
say.
help me out here.
One.
Do you think Anderson Cooper knows he's alive?
Oh God. Yeah, is there any more
if Joe's alive but dead, Anderson Cooper's not too far behind.
Is there anyone more low energy than
Dude, he
Anderson
doesn't even
Cooper?
raise his he
know.
literally sounds like he's got blood drained out of his body and he's a corpse.
Yeah. One more before we have to break again. Marsha Blackburn again with the Jeffrey Epstein log.
She's on fire.
Asked FBI Director Christopher Wray on the FBI's failure to release that. Marsha Blackburn confronted him yesterday, cut 9 guys go.
I want to know why or what awareness you have of the FBI's failure to investigate these claims. And I want to get you on the record, since numerous survivors have said the FBI did not show up to help them. What specifically has the FBI done to investigate the claims that Epstein's and others participated in, produced, possessed, and distributed CSAM?
Well, first, let me say I recall very well that you have a very specific and longstanding interest, not just in child sexual exploitation, but in human trafficking as a cousin of that. And we appreciate your focus on
What a
it.
weird way to say that.
Of the importance of that part of our mission. As to the Epstein case specifically, I will tell you it's been a while since I looked at that case. Obviously, we worked together with prosecutors to bring charges before he.
I realize that.
Yeah.
But what we need from you is a complete investigation of why the FBI did not take this up, and then getting to the bottom of what is appearing to be an enormous sex trafficking ring, and listening to these survivors. And as I said, I've tried to get a subpoena on the flight logs, which I think is important to this. I think people need to know who was on those planes and how often they were on those planes. I think people who invest in companies would want to know if there are people from their C-suite. And as we go through this, should those logs be made public? They've been heavily redacted.
Well, as I said, it's been a while since I looked at the specific case.
I haven't looked at the file lately, Marsha.
Increasing year over year. Both the number of agents focused on these kinds of cases, the number of victims we've rescued, and so onto the specific case. Let me offer to have let me get with my team and figure out if there's more information we can provide.
My people will get in touch with your people.
We'll get right back to you.
Even through the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, we never got to the bottom of this, and we have these survivors who say, oh, there is so much more. They swept it under the rug, and that is wrong.
Wow.
Yeah. It's been a while, Marsha. I don't recall specifics. I can't recall any names. I'll get back to you by the holidays, perhaps. By the way, RFK Jr. saying last night that on the Jesse Waters show that he was on a flight twice. Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Not saying he went to the island or anything like that. I don't know where exactly they went, but he was on the flight
Fossil
twice.
hunting.
Oh, really?
Talk about a rich man's, we're going fossil hunting.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Should just go to Congress. There's a lot of fossils there.
I've had enough of the Kennedys.
All right, coming up next, what's on tap for the Dawn Show? Who on Twitter and YouTube today? Stay right there.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Christmas. It's that time of year again, so I'm going to give you some advice because you know I love to make sure you're happy. Do what I did last year and what I'm going to do again this year, and that is make her happy with Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas. So good, they sell out every single year. They sold out last year. They're going to sell it again this year. Naturally nude pajamas are known for their ultimate comfort and style. Soft, silky, totally luxurious, better than lingerie with a curved, caressing fit. Here's the best part. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you're going to get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's $75 savings on a deluxe 2-in-1 complete gift. And that's not all. With Pajamagram, you can even add gift packaging. If you ask me, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy and to make you happy. But you have to hurry before it's gone. Go to Pajamagram today for Naturally Nude pajamas. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at pajamagram.com.
Looking for a new Ford? Winter Ford has the vehicle for you. Choose from our large selection of new F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, and Bronco Sports today. Winter Ford also takes care of you after the sale. Stop in their service department with no appointment necessary. Call 800-428-4000 for offer details. Visit in person or online at winterford.com. Winter Ford, people you trust, service and value you'll love.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people
across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit InnovativeMedicalAssociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 9:53 Wednesday morning. The Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock, and we find out what she has lined up right now.
Yeah, there's so much going on, and we'll continue all the conversations with Trump's town hall. He was reacting to a lot of what was happening yesterday in real time, and then the House Judiciary Republicans dropped that bombshell. They're accusing the Fulton County DA, Fonnie Willis, of colluding with the January 6th situation. I mean, there's just a flurry of activity, and here in Pennsylvania as well. So we got it all covered. Guy Shiraki will be here, and he can talk about all of this, but as well, just focusing on what you talked about with the situation that happened in Montgomery County and what's really happening with election laws, mail-in ballots, all of that. So we're going to talk. There's so much to talk about. Pennsylvania's Summer Lee. Did we even get to that?
Yeah, we got the Summer Lee.
Okay,
she got roasted by was Riley Gaines.
Yeah, so
we didn't play the audio, though.
Yeah, there's audio of her and others. That gross lady. I mean, there's just so much nonsense happened that is developing. So we'll get Guy's reaction to that as well, and talking about fighting crime. He did a great op-ed in Broad and Liberty. And then coming up right at 11, Ken from Conservative Tours.
Oh.
Because we are TikTok. We're down to the last few spots for the Southern Italy trip next April.
Right.
So that was the funny phone call last night. It was like, Dawn, you haven't given me the information for your teenage sons. Are they going? You got to, they're not going to have a spot because that's how full we are.
Have flights been secured for Nick Kayal and myself?
I know, right?
We want to go with you.
Yeah, and if I can't go, just bring me back a nice bottle of red.
Nice.
ConservativeTours.com, by the way.
Yes. So Ken will be along just to talk about the trip, and we'll find out if there are even any spots left.
Oh boy!
All right.
So there's so much break. Isn't it amazing?
All day long. You need to be stay tuned to the show.
That is correct.
My hand to God, when you just went to me, I looked up. I'm like, oh my gosh! A minute ago it was 6 a.m.
Right. That'll do it for us. Oh, no, actually, we got to.
Yes,
I'm ready to hand it off to Dawn.
You're right. You're right over there.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm tired.
Who won Twitter?
I'm going to give it to Irk. Irk says, Trump too swift after he wins 2024. I'm giving you to the count of 3 to get your lousy, lying, low-down, Flushing carcass out of my country. Irk wins Twitter, and I'm going to do this.
Who won
YouTube? I'm going to give it to my buddy Chris Eppolito. He says Liz Cheney was completely rejected by her own constituents in Wyoming, but she has a chance at a national election. That's what I never understand about these people who get boat raced, as Tony Bruno says, in these local elections, but think that they're going to win nationally.
That's right. All right, that'll do it for us on this Wednesday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. Debate tonight at 8 o'clock, and we are back Thursday morning at 6 a.m., as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Does your broker